All right. We were rocking and rolling. Sorry for the false start. 10-yard penalty, second down. Let's talk about hell, baby. Let's talk about you and me. This wasn't planned. As you can see, it wasn't scheduled at all. We'll see who shows up. There'll probably be some people that show up. So I love this topic. It's very central to my own story, spiritual journey. I don't know what it was. I looked it up. What up, Emily? The assassins have failed. Are there assassins trying to kill me too, Phlebas? Dang. So yeah, this is a big part of my spiritual journey. And it's also connected to this weird YouTube phenomena. So there's two threads that I want to connect together. I don't think I'm going to be able to go to this, Phlebas. And also now I'm going to ignore the comments until later. I'll come back and address these. But yeah, Nate's Grail Country Live thing. I would love to go. I don't know. I might try. There's some new moving pieces in my life that I've just become aware of. And, that's school, kids. I don't know. It's hard. I'd have to figure out how to navigate patterns to make it work. Navigate the patterns. So when was it? 2010, probably. No, not 2010. What would it have been? 2013, 2014-ish? Or 15. I saw this video, a YouTube video, with Chris Date from Rethinking Hell, and I forget the guy's name, on annihilationism. And blew my mind because Chris Date is a theologically reformed kind of Baptist-y type guy. I don't know where he's actually at now. I haven't interacted with Chris Date in a really long time. But he is one of the prominent leaders and organizers of this organization called Rethinking Hell, which is an evangelical group. So it has evangelical convictions, and it's dedicated to the dialogue of hell and making the case primarily for conditional immortality. But they have relationships with infernalists, people who believe in eternal conscious torment, and also with universalists like Robin Perry has written for their articles for their website before. He has a book. He's an evangelical universalist. I don't know if Brad Jerzak has interacted with him. He's Eastern Orthodox, maybe a little bit. So anyhow, they are really, because they are a minority in the evangelical world, they tend to be open-minded because that's the benefit. There are no solutions, there are only trade-offs. When you're a minority, you kind of have to be open-minded and ecumenical because you don't have the power of the quantity and the mass and the systems and the hit tradition and the whatever behind you. So he had this debate with Jose something. I can't remember. I posted it in a live stream I did a while back, and it blew my mind because he was making the case biblically from like a Protestant kind of sola scriptura textual basis, exegetical basis for conditional immortality or annihilationism, and it pulled the rug out from under me. It blew my mind because I was like, wait a minute, this guy's making the what seems like to me the more clearly biblical teaching, but he has the wrong view, and it just sent me down this long rabbit hole. So I love talking about the doctrine of hell. I studied it quite a bit for a long time. I really went down the annihilationism route. I attended a annihilationism conference in Dallas, Rethinking Hell conference a while back. That's actually where Preston Sprinkle came out of the closet or came down publicly that he was now an annihilationist, who's like a online personality thinker. I would call Preston a friend. I haven't talked to him in forever because he's ghosting me, Preston, if you see this. But I've been on Preston's podcast a couple times, talking about my journey, talking about we talked about the Joker a lot. I don't know, whatever. We've talked about a number of things. And this issue is just fascinating for me. And it came up recently. It's just endlessly fascinating. It came up recently because my wife went on kind of a girls' weekend up north in Minnesota. And a lot of these girls that she was with, I don't know, she was telling me, she just told me this morning, or I got a text this morning from one of her friends. It's just like, Luke, I want to talk to you about annihilationism. Because I think, I'm kind of leaning that way or whatever. And when anyone in my local life, like when I get a message like that, I'm just like, what? Like, people want to talk to me about annihilationism? Great. That's fun. Fantastic. Let's roll. However, it's complicated because I can be, there was a joke. There was this text thread between, so it's my wife's friend, her husband, my wife, and myself. And it was something like, my wife was just like, Luke isn't short about anything. What'd she say? Yeah, Luke doesn't know what brief means. Correct. I do not. I did, but it's good. It's a challenge for me. So boom, I started thinking about hell. I started thinking about annihilationism. I immediately go to, and I couldn't remember, so I messaged Nate, and Nate is much more focused and good at the technical information. And so I got out these books. So I got out, because I know Bulgakov in the Sociology of Death, or Nate reminded me that's where it was. He has this problem, or he has this section on the problem of conditional immortality, which is another way of saying annihilationism. So Bulgakov talks about that, and he really, some people would argue that he annihilates annihilationism. So I don't know. So I got that out, and then I also got out Meditations on the Tarot but I couldn't remember where it was. I remember from watching the Griot Country series on Meditations of the Tarot, that in there, Tomberg talks about in this section. He essentially validates all of them. And so how did Nate say it? He says, Nate said, quoting Nate in a little voice message here. He just read my last message because I had to bail out. I had a false start with this. So he says, Tomberg affirms the dogma of eternal hell in letter 7 or 8. Yeah. 8, Justice on the Meditations on the Tarot. He also affirms the restoration of all things, including Satan. He interprets eternal hell non-quantitatively as not a duration, but as an intensity. And it's really good. I just started reading this again just to refresh myself. And so herein lies the problem, right? The very practical problem, aside from the idea in and of itself, the reality of probably what I want to talk about this morning, because and this is very related to this little corner stuff, and it's related to, I think, a common experience that many who will watch this have, and that I'm trying to process in trying to figure out how to communicate this. So my buddy Jason has been talking about this recently. Jason Almond Tree, shout out Jason. He's been thinking a lot about magic and witches, and he likes witches and Wiccans. I think his great grandma or his grandma was like kind of a witch. And he's talked on his channel to some witches a couple times and talks about magic and stuff a little bit. And this is the weird thing that's happened in the post-Enlightenment modern world, where we've become essentially like moral therapeutic deists, the Christian Smith line, or even if we're religious, even if we self-identify as being religious and spiritual, or we're spiritual but not religious or whatever, you still are almost like de facto or a baked-in materialist, where you just layer on this kind of nominalistic, superficial, supernatural language that you don't really believe in. Like you don't really see the world as infused with spiritual realities, which interestingly is this book that I'm reading recently for my book club, Little Big, talks about, because it's just like fairy worlds within worlds in this, what's the word that he uses? Circumdibular. But it's like anyhow, it's a fascinating world that I learned, or word that I learned in that book. I don't think most people truly believe, even no matter what they say in their Sunday school answer, that the world is actually that spiritual. So, kind of shout out to T-Grog and those people. I don't think that most modern religious people, a lot of times, and we're all a mixed bag, really believe in spiritual realities. We're so inoculated against that by the modern world and these mechanistic machine descriptions of everything. And so Jason he brought this up in a live stream recently where they were doing a Hebrew Bible study or something. So it was some live stream where he's just like, it's so funny to me that people don't believe in magic. He's just like, what do you think you're doing talking? Like, you're using words. What do you think that is? Like, we're not animals. What do you think these words are? They're magic. Spell, to spell. You're casting spells. That's talking. I would say talking is casting spells. And so it's a funny thing. All of that to make it even much more concrete related to this relationship. So I have two of my wife's friends are very interested in talking about the doctrine of hell in different ways. And without getting into their stories of why that is, that's very exciting to me. But then the problem for me becomes these people aren't weirdos. They're not TLC weirdos. They don't, they're not, I can't just like say, I can't just like make a list of all the different live streams and Randos United videos and whatever where I've talked about the doctrine of hell and say, watch these 30 hours of me talking either just riffing myself or talking to people about the doctrine of hell. And so what is the magic, right? It's kind of like how to win friends and influence people. Communication. Here's the thing. Here's the magic of communication. I was just thinking about this morning. You can say the same thing to two different people and it will resonate with one and sound like complete garbly-goop, nothing to the other person. That's amazing. Because in our objective, and you have all sorts of rationalizations and narratives for like why that may be. But then this is the beauty and the wonder and the mystery of something even as simple as communication and communicating ideas. How can I talk to a bunch of people, like someone about annihilation for a long time, and all of a sudden like it resonates and they like understand it and either relate to it and want to identify with it and take it on as a label or not, and just say like, okay, that adds a lot of clarity to me as to why someone would think that and how that distinguishes from maybe this eternal conscious torment or infernalism view of hell that I grew up with. Because even something like my wife said something like, one of these ladies said something like, it's essentially like the good Buddhist or the good Muslim or whatever. Like, I don't understand how someone who wasn't raised with any of this information, and then rejected it would be sent to hell. Now, baked into that is when she says hell, she without realizing what she's saying, she's inferring implicitly within that is eternal conscious torment. She's thinking hell is the hell of eternal conscious torment. But here's the thing: is like, how do you know that? Where were you taught that? Well, it's the water you were swimming in, and it was all these implicit things that likely not even your pastors, in my experience, are going to understand and know and be able to talk about. And sometimes they will be. It's a rare case that they will be. But like even PBK, somebody who's brilliant at this. My very first, I've talked about this before. My very first conversation with PBK, when I was kind of telling him my story, I brought up eternal conscious torment, and he'd never heard the term. So most people are very ill-informed or mal-informed about the doctrine of hell to various degrees. And so like, where does one go? Where does one go to talk about these things? Which brings us to the common experience that most people in this little corner have, which is I had no one to talk to about these things. And so, and a lot of people aren't inclined to go online, to go to YouTube, even to go to books, because like this stuff is in books. You could go to this book. You could go to this book. I used to have, I mean, it's terrible. I looked at it. I've recently gotten rid of it, but I had Wayne Grudem's Systematic Theology, where he goes through talking about hell, and it's not good, but you could go to that book. So are you inclined to go to books? Okay, but then your books have their strengths and their weaknesses, or you could go online. But what if you're not inclined to that? Well, then you got to talk to people in your real life about it. Who in your real life knows about these things and is interested to talk about these things, is informed about these things, or has read about these things, or has had conversations about these things? Where can you go to have these conversations that isn't like a siloed conversation where, people are essentially just trying to convert you to their idea? Because I don't necessarily want to convert you to my idea. Like, I have my own opinions about these things, and I'll tell you about those opinions. But like, deep calls to deep. It either resonates with you or it doesn't. There's nothing I can do about that. All I can do is share with you what I think. So, I don't know. I find it all fascinating. So that's just all context. I've been rereading this. Like, I want to share something from this letter 8 on justice from Bulgakov, and then I'll maybe open this up, see what some people think. I don't want to make a really long live stream this morning, but I just want to read this paragraph because something new. Well, I'll probably read a bunch of it because it's good, and why not revisit it? But like, there's so many barriers to it, because all of a sudden I could just be like, this is sometimes, like, for example, I'll quote something to someone, but I won't tell them where the quote is from. There's 2 of them in particular that I often want to do that with, which I'll just do for fun now. Let's just roll back with that. So one of them I know I have just in my own mind, which is the last remaining acceptable form of bigotry is against those with whom you disagree. Wonderful quote. I love it. I often don't like to tell people who said it, because it will automatically, because of our tribalistic thinking, we're so quick to just devolve into tribalism around ideas and a self-identity and association of those ideas, rather than, I don't know, truly being open to the idea and thinking about it, being open to the truth outside of the truth you currently apprehend, to throw out a Lukeism. And so that's one of the quotes. It's fantastic. It's Bill Clinton, by the way. And then here, I just got a message. Is this Jason? Jason, I should message you, because he's always just like, tell me when you're live streaming. Sometimes I don't know when I'm live streaming. I don't know what's going on. The other quote is, this one's fantastic too. Let me see if I can find it visually. Oh, here's a great, I'm going to share a George MacDonald quote just because I love George MacDonald. I mean, I'm not quite Sherry, and I haven't gone to the depths that Sherry has with George MacDonald. But man, I like George MacDonald. I sure do. Okay, here it is. So I don't like to tell people who this quote is from either, but it's fantastic. Without knowledge of self, there is no knowledge of God. Our wisdom, insofar as it ought to be deemed true and solid wisdom, consists almost entirely of 2 parts: the knowledge of God and of ourselves. But as these are connected by many ties, it is not easy to determine which of the 2 proceeds and gives birth to the other. It's a fantastic quote, and I almost think most people would not guess who said that. And I just love that. I find it fascinating. It was John Calvin. So let's read. I have all these quotes saved on my phone. I have not committed. Some I've committed to memory, but not all of them. But this is a great summary of an annihilation quote that I would share with this friend, because she thinks I'm still an annihilationist, I think, but I'm not. So we'll have to clarify that. But this is a great George MacDonald quote of, so he says, annihilation itself is no death to evil. Only good where evil was is evil dead. An evil thing must live with its evil until it chooses to be good. That alone is the slaying of evil. God bless you, George. I mean, just doesn't get better than that. Like, that's exactly. Annihilation itself is no death to evil. Only good where evil was is evil dead. An evil thing must live with its evil until it chooses to be good. That alone is the slaying of evil. And also, like, think about the ontology of evil a little bit. Like, is it a self-existent thing? Because then you're essentially, I would argue, a dualist, or some kind of like, I don't know, what is the who some kind of like Gnostic demiurge thing, and I don't think you can actually reconcile that with a Jewish or a Christian understanding of God. But that's a long, very abstract, hard to wrap your head around subject. So I want to read the section from Tomberg. Then I will throw out the link, and I will chat with any other dorks that want to talk with me. So, I just saw this quote. The Bible is very clear, or this comment, Thomas, the Bible is very clear that the defeat of the wicked involves conversion. Yeah, I would agree with you, except for the Bible is very clear. That's just a trigger for me. Tons of everyone who has an opinion in the exclusivist religion of the right side of history thinks the Bible is very clear about whatever their opinion is. And I'm just like, I don't know. I think the Bible's very clear about the things I think the Bible is very clear about. But again, back to the whole communication thing. Why is it salient to me? This is one of those big topics in this whole corner. And why does it seem very clear to me and not to you? That's a myth, the delusion of objectivism. All right, let's go. They went to the waterless places. Emily. Right? Okay, I'm going to read this. So so the sun shines on the good and the wicked alike. But it is certainly necessary to open the windows of a dark room in order for light to be able to enter there. The light of the sun is in no way created or merited by us. It is a gift, pure and simple. Gratia, gratis, data. I don't know how to speak Latin, sorry. Nevertheless, it is necessary to open our windows in order for it to enter into our abode, just as it is necessary to open our eyes in order to see it. The practical meaning of the heaven-earth balance is that of cooperation with grace. Human effort is therefore not for nothing in the domain of the working of grace. Neither election alone from above, emanation, Calvinism, nor faith alone below, Lutheranism, emergence, suffice for the requirements of the heaven-earth balance. Man, meeting of heaven and earth. Chosen or not chosen, having faith or not, it is necessary for us, for example, to, quote, forgive us who trespass against us. Here below, in order for our trespasses to be forgiven above, there is correlation, not in measure, but rather in nature, between the scale below, quote, effort, and the scale above, or, quote, gift, and the, quote, heaven-earth balance. The correlation between effort below and gift from above is not, I repeat, one of measure or quantity, but rather one of substance or quality. It can be that the forgiveness... Now, this is the sentence that just popped out to me, and I want to talk about it more after I read this. So, it can be that the forgiveness on my part of the single offense by another can produce the forgiveness of 1,000 or so offenses by the same nature by me. The heaven-earth balance does not weigh quantity. Its working belongs entirely to the domain of quality. This is why there is no quantitative justice in the relationship between efforts below and gifts from above. The latter always surpass the measure of quantitative justice. This is important to understand above all with regard to the glaring injustice of eternal hell. That one life or more, it does not matter, which is limited in time, can bring about. Eternal hell is unjust. That's like new atheist debate often says that. Quick interjection, they'll just be like, how can it be just to have like again, eternal hell? This is what most people think of when they think of eternal, is by eternal, which just means aeons, aeons, aeons. That's what eternal translated in the New Testament means, ages of ages. But you read into it, not knowing you're a wet fish. Again, that David Foster Wallace quote, fish knowing they're wet, how's the water? What's water? You don't even realize that when you read eternal in the Bible, you're thinking an infinite quantitative duration of time. You don't even know that's implicit. It's tacit. It's baked into you. It's baked into your neural networks and pathways. And you just read that automatically without knowing you're reading it. That's not, so a new atheist will say, how can a limited finite life merit, and whatever, people who quote Augustine, like sins against an infinite God or requiring of infinite punishment or whatever. But guess what? That ain't biblical. That's quoting Augustine, and it's late stage Augustine, not early stage Augustine. I've heard it, been there. But that's a common argument. How can you get eternal hell for finite sins? So eternal hell is unjust. However, only from a purely quantitative point of view. That's what he's saying. One compares the limited number of years of life or lives on earth with the unlimited number of years of eternity, and thus one arrives at the conclusion that the measure of chastisement is out of all proportion with the measure of the transgression, and that consequently there is no justice. But let us consider the problem of eternal hell not from the point of view of quantity, which is absurd, as time does not exist in eternity, but rather from that of quality. How is it with this problem then? So that's a great paragraph. I want to read a little bit more because it's just good. The following is the answer we arrive at when we abandon a quantitative correlation between time and eternity. Whoever enters the region of eternity without an ounce of love enters it without an ounce of love, i.e., he enters eternal hell. For to live without love, this is hell. And, that's a little bit like these are debates Nate and I have had. So, like, to live, arguably, to exist without love is an oxymoron in my framing. Because if the church is that what it is called out of non-being into being, to exist means to be in love to some varying degree. And so, like, hell is some degree of unlove, but it can't be absolute unlove, or that's complete non-existence, which could be the annihilation of the false self. That's all my view, how I would say it. But for to live without love, this is hell. And to live without love in the region of eternity, that is to live in eternal hell. Now, this is a quote from Nicholas Berdyaev, The Destiny of Man. Hell is the state of the soul powerless to come out of itself, absolute self-centeredness, dark and evil isolation, i.e., final inability to love. The subjective state of soul is neither long or short. It is as intense as eternity is. Similarly, the blessedness that a saint experiences in the vision of God is as intense as eternity, although it could not so last, since someone present at that ecstasy of a saint would time it as a few minutes. It's like flow, or, like a lot of actually, and also a lot of like, and what are the near-death experiences are like that, where people will just be like, it's like 2 minutes, but they're like, I lived years. The region of eternity is that of intensity. I mean, like, it's hard for people to wrap your mind around that, but like, can a region as intensity, not like a space, not a material space, like try to get out of the materialist frame if it's possible, which surpasses the measures of quantity that we employ in time and space. Eternity is not a duration of infinite length. Again, that's the assumption. That's one of the worst base assumptions of hell. It is the intensity of quality, which, if compared with time and thus translated into the language of quantity, is comparable with an infinite duration. Now, this is a quote where it's essentially affirming eternal conscious torment, but not the infinite duration part of it, okay? Concerning this, Nicholas A. Berdyaev says, in our life on earth, it is given to us to experience torments that appear to us to go on forever, that are not for a moment, for an hour a day, but seem to last an infinity. Objectively, this infinity may last a moment, an hour, or a day, but it receives the name of everlasting hell. When Origen said that Christ will remain on the cross so long as a single creature remains in hell, he expressed an eternal truth. That's true. I feel like that's true. I feel like for me, for everyone else, it's like that scene, Good Will Hunting. Just take it home. Just study it. It's right. It's just right. Because what you see in here depends a lot upon where you're standing and the kind of person you are. Become the kind of person that can see the truth in that, and then it will click. It will be salient to you, and you'll see it. But until then, you can't see it. It's just like, do spiritual realities exist? Do fairies exist? Does the gorilla behind the bouncing ball exist? It doesn't if you don't see it. It doesn't to you. And the person is the locus of all meaning. Okay, I'm almost done to reading, and then I'll open this up. What can one add to this if not amen? Eternal hell is the state of the soul imprisoned within itself, where the soul has no hope of coming out. Eternal means to say without hope. All suicides committed through desperation bear witness to the reality of eternal hell as a state of soul. Before committing suicide, the person who commits it experiences a state of complete despair, i.e., eternal hell. This is why he prefers nothing less than the state of despair. Nothingness to the state of despair. Nothingness is therefore his last hope. Eternal bliss, heaven, is in contrast the state of the soul which is filled with boundless hope. This is not a blissfulness which lasts for an infinite number of years. It is an intensity of hope which gives the eternal quality. Similarly, it is the intensity of despair which imparts the state of the soul designated hell, the eternal, the quality eternal. And then he goes into like the anguish of Gethsemane and whatever. I mean, he keeps going. Like, it's fantastic. Get the book. This book is amazing. Okay, I'm going to open this up because it's just... There are so many assumptions in the Dasein of the liberal Western mind, and one of them is the linear progression of time. Which infers and necessarily has connected to it a certain understanding of causality, part of the mechanistic workings of these things. Oh, I want to go back and talk about this one thing before I open it up, because this is the line that stood out to me, right? Sorry. It can be that forgiveness on my part of one single offense by another can produce the forgiveness of 1,000 or so offenses of the same measure, of the same nature to me. Forgive us as we forgive those who sin against us. And with the measure you use, it will be measured to you. And love covers a multitude of sins. And he who has been forgiven much forgives much. Sometimes the miraculous, this is what Alan said in that video I posted on my channel. It's free to forgive. It's a gift of grace that you receive and then you impart to others. Like begets like. And when you forgive, when you're granted the grace of forgiveness and you forgive someone, your one act of forgiveness may forgive 1,000, 1,000 offenses of the same nature toward you. You forgiving someone may completely open up the other's heart to forgive you all your offenses against them. It's not a quantitative thing. It's not a one-to-one thing. We don't live in the world of quality. This is the loaves and the fishes. Where did all this food come from? We don't live in a world of scarcity. We live in one of abundance. A really good video. I believe it's in Grail Country. It's an old Grail Country video. The loaves and the fishes. This is something Nate and I have talked a lot about, and it's worth eternal meditation. Let's say it that way. We live in a world of abundance, not one of scarcity. Like, these are materialistic assumptions. All right. Forgive us our sins as we forgive those who sin against us. Amen. All right. Yeah, I did tie it in with the Lord's Prayer, Chad. Or you mean more so? All right, let's go back through some comments here. How far back do we go? I'm self-stultifying. I don't even know if I know what stultifying means. I should, but okay. Oh, Nate's here. Hey, friend. The deeper meaning, mystical, Gnostic, magical, and hermetic of overcoming is to change the enemy into a friend, to render him impotent only is the not yet victory. Thus, the Germany of 1914 was certainly rendered impotent in 1918, but was not yet overcome, as the year 1939 proves. But after the defeat of 1945, Germany was certainly overcome, insofar as she sincerely allied to her old adversaries. The same applies to Japan as a state. On another plane, it is likewise true that the devil will be overcome only at the moment when his voice, no matter whether it is rough or smooth, will be heard in chorus with the choirs of the celestial hierarchies praising God. Early Augustine was a universalist. I think so, from the limited nature that I have, yeah. From the limited amount that I have. So, All right, let's see. What else do we got here? Well, yeah, it wouldn't be unjust if people voluntarily went there. Are you talking hell? But that involves a lot of assumptions about human nature too. Yeah, well, and ontology. So like this is back to a shout out to an early Randos video that Randos United, the autonomous isolated individual versus the divine human, and the ontology of man, which I think the Randos United video is what is man that thou art mindful of him, I think is the name of the video. And I don't know, this is like 2-3 years ago. I was trying to have a conversation about this, but I just honestly I don't think we were capable of having the conversation yet. Because what is this autonomous isolated will that can choose against its own good for an infinite amount of time? And how does that exist? How do you make sense of the ontology of a will that can choose against its own good forever? And again, like is forever even a thing, an infinite quantity of time? I don't really think so. I just don't think I don't think a lot of people have meditated on that problem very long. What else we got? Yeah, Dave Millihart in his That All Shall Be Saved. I have not read that, but I own it. I've read parts of it. I was involved in a Randos conversation about it, but that's one of the ongoing jokes of myself is that I don't read these books. I just engage in talks. I mean, I read some of them. I read what I think I need to read, That's how I roll. Chezi, my boy. Shalom. Shalom, you beautiful man. Risking sacrilege. You got me. Emily says, is it possible in the way God hardened Pharaoh's heart, propelling it into this inevitable end, that he can project our hearts into infinite potential realities in which our acceptance of Christ is revealed? So the ones who have no exposure, he knows that we would have to be he knows what we would have chosen by what we chose in our current worldview. What are you saying? Okay. Risking sacrilege. Is it possible in the way God hardened Pharaoh's heart, propelling it into its inevitable end, that he can project our hearts into the infinite potential realities in which our acceptance of Christ is revealed? So the ones who have no exposure, he knows what we would have chosen by what we chose in our current worldview. So like this, I mean, I think I know what you're talking about. And I think this is, I think about these things somewhat, but it's hard to wrap your head around. Jedediah and I probably have a future conversation where we would talk about these things. I know Jedediah thinks about this kind of stuff a lot in his own personal meditations, but it's essentially a everything everywhere all at once. It's kind of like an infinite universes idea where I'm very open to the idea, and infinite universes in the sense of like that's just the universe, but I'm very open to the idea that, again, like there is the idea of where to start, of possibilities, or even like middle knowledge type stuff where like God knows what you would have done in alternate realities, or what do they call those? There's a term. Why am I thinking non sequiturs? But like non-existent alternate realities. Like to me, it's a misnomer. It doesn't make any sense. I don't think there are non-existent alternate realities. I think that if there is an alternate reality, if there is where something was possible, then that is also existent because of the nature of the Tao or Christ, the identity of identity and non-identity. So if it's possible, it's also real. Because I think those are the two antimonies that hold those two things together: potency and act. Like they're just two sides of the same coin, is one way to say it, I suppose. And so like, and how eternity exists, this is probably where I need to dive into origin. I think this is origin stuff, and I don't think I think Origen was before and after his time. Origen, I'm intuiting this is a lot of what Origen was getting at, and kind of his stuff about almost Christian reincarnation or eternal recursion, kind of, is that one way that I think about it, Emily, hopefully this is helpful to you, is I think that we exist, and I said this is Jordan Peterson blocked you. Back when I was on Twitter, Jordan Peterson quote tweeted me in this, where he was talking about it was my note summary, and some of my own ideas on an early conversation that he had with Dave Rubin on the Rubin Report. But essentially, I think we exist in the dream. I'm gonna pause. I'm gonna go get this book because I think this is related, and this is gonna be way abstract and not helpful for most people. But I love this shit, and this is what's fun to me. This is like the fun kind of thinking stuff. All right. Okay, let me see if I can find this place. I'm listening to this book, but also reading it. So let's see if I can find the place where he's talking about it. So the book is Little Big, John Crowley. And dang it. This is where I need filler. Because he's talking about the infundibular word that I was talking about earlier. Where is it? I'm maybe not there yet. In my dang it. See, I haven't read this enough. Normally, I have like mental pictures of these books, and so I can find stuff in them. Anyhow, I could try to it would be so much better to read it because I'm not going to remember it and be able to summarize it in a way that people are going to at all relate to. Sorry, this is terrible. Yay! I found it. Okay, here we go. So another reading section. Sorry, forgive my reading. Paracelsus is of the opinion. So it's a fictional story. This is why fiction is better than nonfiction. You only think nonfiction is, and to quote Tom Waits, there is no such thing as nonfiction. There is no such thing as truth. The people who know aren't talking, and the people who don't have a clue won't shut up. Tom Waits. And Jordan Peterson has validated this. I was saying this before Jordan Peterson said it. Fiction's better than nonfiction because it's personal, and so it's an icon. Can nonfiction be iconic? I think some can, but not a lot of it. Okay. So you just have to know that it's fiction because there'll be characters in it, but there's also there's also like a philosophical lecture within this fiction. So Paracelsus is of the opinion, Dr. Bramble told the Theosophist, sorry, Anselman, that the universe is crowded with powers, spirits who are not quite immaterial, whatever that means or meant, perhaps made of some finer, less tangible stuff than the ordinary world. They fill up the air and the water and so on. They surround us on every side so that at every moment he moved his long-fingered hand gently in the air, causing turmoil amid the pipe smoke. We displaced thousands. She sat by the door, just out of the light of a red-shaded lamp, bored or nervous or both. Her cheek was in her palm, and the lamp lit the dark brown of her arms and turned it blonde. Her eyes were deep and feral, and she had a single eyebrow. That is, it extended without break across her nose, unplucked and thick. She didn't look at him, or when she did, she didn't see him. I know how to say this word. Nereids, dryads, sylphs, and salamanders is how Paracelsus divided them, Dr. Bramble said. That is to say, as we would express it, mermaids, elves, fairies, goblins or imps. One class of spirit for each of the four elements. T-Grog's going to love this. T-Grog, I'm just going to go to the end because I'm sure you're making great comments. Yes! Oh, I love you. God bless you, son. Or not son. Forgive me. You're my elder. I respect you. So, one class of spirit for each of the four elements: mermaids for the water, elves for the earth, fairies for the air, goblins for the fire. It is thus that we derive the common name for all such beings, elementals. Very regular and neat. Paracelsus had an orderly mind. It is not, however, true, based as it is on the common error, the old and great error that underlies the whole history of our science, that there are these four elements: earth, air, fire, water, out of which the world is made. We know now, of course, that there are some 90 elements, and that the old four are not among them. Listen how scientific he is. There was a stirring at this among the more radical or Rosicrucian wing of the assembly, who still set great store by the four. And Dr. Bramble, who desperately needed this appearance to be a success, gulped water from the goblet beside him, cleared his throat, and tried to march on to the more sensational or revelatory parts of his lecture. The question is really, he said, why, if the elementals are not several kinds of being, but only one, which I believe, why they manifest themselves in such various forms. Sorry. That they do manifest themselves, ladies and gentlemen, is no longer open to doubt. He looked meaningfully at his daughter, and many there did also. It was her experiences, after all, that lent Dr. Bramble's notions what weight they had. She smiled faintly and seemed to contract beneath their gaze. Now, he said, collating the various experiences, both those told of in myth and fable and those more recent ones verifiable by investigation, we find that these elementals, while separable into two basic characters, can be any of several different sizes and, as we might put it, densities. The two distinct characters, the ethereal, beautiful, elevated character on the one hand, and the impish, earthly, gnome-like character on the other, is in fact a sexual distinction. The sexes among these beings are much more distinct than among men. The differences observed in size is another matter. What are the differences? In their sylph-like or pixie manifestation, they appear no bigger than a large insect or a hummingbird. They are said to inhabit the woods. They are associated with flowers. Droll tales are spun of their spears of locust thorns and their chariots made of nutshells drawn by dragonflies, and so on. In other instances, they appear to be a foot or 3 feet in height, wingless, fully formed little men and women of more human habits. And there are fairy maidens who capture the hearts of and can apparently lie with humans, who are the size of human maidens. Shout out to Sam and his Old Testament, laying with men. And there are fairy warriors on great steeds, banshees and pukas and orgs, who are huge, larger by far than men. What is the explanation for this? The explanation, so here we go. This is what I was getting to, Emily, which hopefully this helps. The explanation is that the world inhabited by these beings is not the world we inhabit. It is another world entirely, and it is enclosed within this one. It is, in a sense, a universal retreating mirror image of this one, with a peculiar geography I can only describe as infundibular. There we go. He paused for effect. I mean by this that the other world is composed of a series of concentric rings, which as one penetrates deeper into the other world grow larger. The further in you go, the bigger it gets. Wardrobes, Narnia, further up and further in. Each perimeter of this series of concentricities encloses a larger world within, until at the center point it is infinite. Big Bang, singularity, ever-expanding universe. You believe all this stuff too, my friend. You just think of it as a materialist with less imagination, I would say. So the center point is infinite, or at least very, very large. He drank water again. As always, when he began to explain it all, it began to leak away from him. The perfect clarity of it, the just seizable perfect paradox of it, which sometimes rang like a bell within him, was so difficult, maybe, oh Lord, impossible to express. The unmoved faces before him waited. We men, you see, inhabit what is in fact the vastest outermost circle of the converse infundibulum, which is the other world. Paracelsus is right. Our every movement is accompanied by these beings, but we fail to perceive them, not because they are intangible, but because out here they are too small to be seen. Around the inner perimeter of this circle, which is our daily world, there are many, many ways, we call them doors, by which we can enter the next smaller, that is larger circle of their world. Here the inhabitants appear the size of ghost birds or errant candle flames. This is our most common experience of them because it is only through this first perimeter that most people ever pass, if at all. The next innermost perimeter is smaller. Okay, listen, you guys. The last battle. What's in the last battle? There's a little cottage, right? That the who the monkey and the donkey who dress up as Aslan fake make, and then you go through the door with who, by the way, Emeth, the worshiper of Tash. You go into the thing inside the wardrobe, which is a whole world and worlds of worlds, not just Narnia. And then you go inside the little shed in the last battle. And what is that? It's everything. It's a bigger world. It's an infinite world, further up and further in. Okay. So there are smaller doors by which we enter the next smaller, which is larger circle of their world. Here the inhabitants appear the size of ghost birds or errant candle flames. This is the most common experience of them because it is only through this first perimeter that most people ever pass, if at all. The next innermost perimeter is smaller and thus has fewer doors. It is therefore less likely anyone would step through by chance. There the inhabitants will appear fairy children or little people. George MacDonald. Lilith. A manifestation correspondingly less often observed, and so on further within. The vast inner circles where they grow to full size are so tiny that we step completely over them constantly in our daily lives without ever knowing we do so, and never enter there at all, though it may be that in the old heroic age, access there was easier, and so we have many tales of deeds done there. King Arthur. And lastly, the vastest circle, the infinity, the center point, fairy, ladies and gentlemen, where the heroes ride across endless landscapes and sail sea beyond sea, and there is no end to possibility. Why, that circle is so tiny, it has no door at all. Again, little big, John Crowley. Take it home. If you trust me, you don't have to. If you do, if whatever my deep or shallow is calling to shallow, this is right. That's right. I'm just telling you. I think it is. I think it's right. I don't know if that answers your question. That's the best I can do to answer your question. I could give you all my unending Lukeisms and whatever, but that's what I think. So, I think there are infinite universes within this universe, and there are infinite possibilities that I think have correspondent existences. And here's the thing. Here's another thing about hell. None of us know what happens when you die. We don't know. None of us know. The materialist atheists don't know. I don't know. We don't know. It's the intermediate state. Second Temple Judaism didn't know, was of diverse opinions. You can go through the Jewish scriptures. There were various opinions. We know that from the New Testament. Some believed in the resurrection, some didn't. There was Sheol. There was Abraham's bosom. What do those relate to? We have Gehenna, or what's translated hell, in the New Testament. What does that mean? It's a valley of Hinnom where they burned all their trash, where there was unending flames of burning trash. Are those still burning over in the Middle East right now in the valley of Hinnom? No, I mean, I'm not exactly sure where that is. Chezi, are you still here? I think there's probably apartment buildings there. Is there gnashing of teeth eternally in the valley of Hinnom right now? I don't think so. And so all these things are complicated. Rupert Sheldrake talks about death and the dream and hell in a way that's the intermediate state and what's helpful. Like, is the intermediate state hell? No, they're different things, because the intermediate state is where we go, wherever that is, before the resurrection. And what is the resurrection? I don't really know what the resurrection is. The first resurrection or the second resurrection? I don't know. All the people that think they know don't know. The people that do know aren't talking. Tom Waits. So a lot of these things they're very simple and they're very complicated. Abby, what's up? Welcome. I can't hear you.
I'm gonna say,
Oh, I can hear you. Okay. Thank you for letting me know that I'm not Orthodox. Again, my priest is okay with me. So sorry,
it's so funny that somebody like that like sticks around here. I'm like,
Mhm.
why? Why? Just to mock? Just to like feel satisfaction? I love it. It's great.
I mean, I don't know. I
Mm.
don't mind. Like I've said, I
No,
don't.
yeah, it's good.
I think it's fantastic
Mm.
that, yeah, it's fun. I think it's fantastic that he's here, but it's just like you
Thank
can't.
you.
It's to constantly poke holes in and protest is a very Protestant thing to do. It's not. It's not a very. It's not a very. Again, this is a Lucasm. There's always a unity behind any distinction. And so, like, are you, or Sherry will say, are you trying to look for distinctions and focus on distinctions, or are you trying to look for unities? So what do you think about hell?
I agree with what I think has been said about it being like the stuff about eternal suffering being able to be experienced, the stuff about like time being nonlinear and eternity as a quality of experience is definitely my experience and my view. And yeah, it feels oh yes, yes. It feels eternal, like when I've suffered the most. And then an interesting thing also, I guess, is that sorry, I live right by a hospital, so there's always sirens. The thing about hope and despair, that's interesting because one thing that I've like noticed with those moments in my life when I would say that I was pretty much in hell is that the worst part of it isn't even well, most but majority of the time the worst part of it is not even the actual experience of the suffering, it's the fear of something worse. It's the
Mm,
fear of that absolute destitution that actually can't exist. Because as you say, to be is to be in love. Like that absolute suffering, like it can't, but it's the constant like fear of that. And honestly, that's the worst part of it. And that's interesting. That's interesting. Maybe that has to do with like because we do live in time as well, like hope versus despair, which is kind of future oriented. Because the inverse of that is that the time that I can think that I was the most in heaven and like the most harmonious yet on my time on the earth was a couple years ago, and I was a mess. Like my life was way worse than it was now, circumstantially. But I was so alive and I was so full of hope
hell
that
yeah.
I did not care. Like I would go back to that time. Like it was and it's really interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is why I love Franz Jägerstätter in A Hidden Life. I am free. You think I'm in prison,
Mm.
you think I'm going to my death. This is salvation. This is Saint Irenaeus, forbid me not from living, let me follow into the passion of my Lord. It's just like I don't um and I don't know, back to for me too. Again, I love talking about the topic of hell. But what I want to stress and reemphasize, I'm reading things from this. I'm reading from a couple different books. The topic is interesting, but I I want to stay in the realm of the personal and the qualitative because I think that's where the greatest reality
Mm.
is. It's why these friends of my wife, these local people, part of the life that I found in this little corner is people with whom to talk about these things.
Mm.
And why don't people have spaces to talk about these things? Because, like, you can go and read through a bunch of these comments. And what I see in a lot of the comments, even when people are disagreeing, I mean, usually the comments in these chats can be really wonderful. Uh, and so a lot of people think the topic is boring, Paul. I agree. Like, it can be. I don't think it's boring, but it's always, for me, it's always a means to an end of relating, of communing with someone. Like the topic is just, I take it or leave it. Like either it matters to you or it doesn't. Like you can sit around, you can be in hell thinking about the topic of hell, or you could be completely oblivious of whatever Christians mean when they talk about hell, and it doesn't matter. You know? PVK, listen, PVK is not wrong. If it's boring to him, it's boring to him. I mean, I don't think it's boring. I think and a lot of people find it very compelling. What's most sad to me is that people do not have a space where they can process this. And that's what makes me love this corner so much, you know? I don't know that I can talk and type at the same time. I can talk and read comments at the same time.
Hell is endless debating hell. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
And there's no end to it. Like I've been talking about hell since my first conversation in this little corner, however long ago it was. Like this topic, hell and the Trinity are the two topics who have just been like, it's just cycles of talking about them.
Yeah.
But I like the
Yeah,
thing behind the
yeah.
thing behind the thing. You know? Let's
So
see.
now Nate and Tigrar are fighting. That's nice.
Hell is endlessly debating hell. It could be. So like that's a good example of like that's one of the characters in C.S. Lewis's Great Divorce, right? The theologian who's well again, so have you read The Great Divorce, Abby?
I have not, but I'm sort of familiar with because
Yeah.
everyone calls it, you know.
So the gray world, whatever. I wouldn't say I'm you could think of that as hell. I would probably think of the gray world as like the intermediate state. It's probably closer akin to in the Old Testament to like Sheol or something or Hades. It's the waiting place it's the opposite end of the waiting place that's not Abraham's bosom. That's not like the waiting room to the new heavens and the new earth or whatever. However, the Perusia, the good side. And there's all these people down there in the gray world where they have this is a very Peter Rawlings idea too. Like they have essentially everything they want. They have all these great big mansions. And everyone is isolated and alone, self-centered and trapped in themselves and miserable. But like they can't get out of there because that's where they want to be. There's a theologian, down there who just all he does is sits around and talks about theology and God. And he's in the gray place. So are you getting caught up in the debates?
I'm mostly just doing random comments.
Okay, here's the thing, T-Grog, read the canons of the first 7 ecumenical councils. That is Christianity. That is the written abstractions of Christianity. Christianity is Christ, and it's a person, and it's the body of Christ. It's the hands and feet of Christ. I mean, T-Grog, the incarnation is kind of central to Christianity. So it's not the words of the second ecumenical councils. Are you going to be a biblicist about the words of the second ecumenical councils? I mean, you characterize Christianity. This is the reason that I probably left evangelicalism, is because of Christians who would say shit like you. Drove me nuts. So yeah, as an Orthodox Christian, I would say that I affirm, but this is what Jordan Daniel Wood talks about, like being a Neo-Chalcedonian or a Neo-Creedalist. And it's the difference between what we try to talk about in that conversation with Jordan, the difference between creed and confession. A confession being the closed circle of the Ouroboros, the closed system that has no death and resurrection built into it. It's not a spiral. It doesn't allow for any further up and further in. It's just like the lifeless singularity before the Big Bang of divine simplicity without any process theism. Life, being, becoming. What is that quote? I actually realized that I thought this was a Sherryism, but then I found it the other day in my quotes. It's a George MacDonald quote, but like God's becoming is our becoming. I found it somewhere in my, because I was looking for I was going back through my phone the other day looking for some quote, and somehow I found it, but I don't know that I'll be able to find it here. Anyhow, listen, If people want to come in and play, come in and play. T-Grog, get in here. I know I chastised you. Here's the thing. Do you think you can come in here and just not make a atheist science debate? A Christian atheist debate? Gage.
How's it going?
Always welcome, my friend. Share with us your thoughts.
So yeah, I think one thing I was thinking about was, as you were talking about how like hell is in some sense nobody knows, right? This kind of nobody knows and unfolding over the tradition over time. I was thinking about how beautiful that is, and that you're just kind of being drawn into this story that's unfolding over time, and how things are veiled, but then as you become to fully know them more, it's not like you ripping the veil off, but the veil comes off at the right time. So I've really been thinking about this idea of like reality as this like veiled thing, and in order to take, you can't just rip the veil off and like assault it. You have to woo it, wed it, and then know it in all of the senses of what that means. And if you, and so in some sense, like I feel like hell applies in that regard as well. And I was also thinking about how there's, when you get to that bottom, that like complete absence, complete nothingness, it always leads to the resurgence of everything. Reminds me of like Interstellar, right?
Even scientifically, huh?
Yeah, right. Right, like, you know, thinking about the ways in which like one of my favorite things about Interstellar is like the center of the black hole leads right back to the bedroom.
Hell yeah.
Science. And you know, the fire that is not fire is fire, kind of an idea. And so I'm always interested in the ways in which like hell is in some sense that negation, though, that allows for the whole renewal of the self at any, and the, I mean, even as like in my own life, just thinking about times that I've been in a hellish state, is if I let it go all the way to the bottom, and if I remain honest with myself, and I like navigate, and I almost in some sense allow myself to be led, down into hell, and I kind of conduct myself in the right way in that regard, then I emerge back up in some sense by grace alone. But there's a mysterious flip that happens.
Yeah. Let's T-Grog, what's up? You come
Yeah. Hold on. Let me switch over. Well, I'm on science here. I'm here to defend Christianity.
Yeah, come and save my soul. I saw this in the private chat. Can I share your private chat?
No, well, sure. Go ahead. So
you're just saying, for if someone comes to you and preaches a Jesus other than Jesus we preached, let him be accursed, like that whole heresy.
Yes, yeah, well,
heresy.
like Paul thought.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to suss out what kind of Christianity this is.
First, can you tell us what the gospel is? What's the gospel that?
Well, it's called believe on the Lord Jesus Christ, and that. Well, here's the thing for me, as a non-believer. Christians agree on what the gospel is, okay? Some it includes baptism, some it includes faith alone, some it includes faith plus works, some it includes faith plus the use of the means of grace and belonging to Christ's body, the church, and participating in the sacramental life of the church.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't agree on those things because the scriptures are not univocal on these things. There are different theological ideas that are contained in scripture. However, in defense of historic Christianity has creeds, and you must believe these, or you are outside the body of Christ. You're outside the church. It's very clear. I'm a non-believer, but I appreciate clarity. Clarity. Athanasian Creed, First Council of Constantinople, Nicene Creed, Nicaea II. Do I agree with it? No. But that is Christianity historically. Now, there are other people who have interpreted Christianity differently, like the fellow that's the Unitarian,
Yes.
right? That comes on once in a while. If you're
Oh,
going to
you're
say you're a
locking up.
Christian, yeah, if you're going to say you're a Christian, that's got to mean something.
Yeah.
Okay. That's not like saying, I own a Corvette. What do you mean? What do you mean you're a Christian? Well, it's because I own a Corvette. I'm a Christian. So it's got to mean something.
You want to ask me what it means to me?
Yeah, go ahead. What does it mean? I'd be interested.
I would say that it means that I am a follower of Christ, or striving to be, and that I was, is, am becoming, and will be a member of the body of Christ.
But what is the body of Christ?
Yeah, the church, his bride.
Yeah, but what is the church? The Roman Catholics, they are the body of Christ. There's many anathemas.
I made a video about it.
Yeah.
What is the church? I think the church is what it. So Paul in Ephesians. Do you want to talk about Paul?
Sure.
Let's pull it up. Let's get into some Bible study too.
Sure, I like that.
Okay. So one of my friends, a deacon from my church, just led a bunch of catechumens that are coming to my church through this on what is the church, and I thought it was phenomenal. So then I made a video about it. So Paul in Ephesians 1 says, 1:3, we'll start there. So he says, "Blessed be the God and Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, who has blessed us with every spiritual blessing in the heavenly places in Christ, just as he chose us in him before the foundation of the world, that would be holy and blameless before him. In love, he predestined us for adoption as sons through Jesus Christ to himself, according to the kind intention of his will, to the praise and glory of his grace, which he freely bestowed upon us in the beloved." So Paul, famous for run-on sentences. Famous. Very long.
Paul wrote that, which I'm not sure he did, but yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Assume he did.
So let's, foregoing that side tangent for a while. So what my friend basically said, and I'm not as good at Greek, he's been to seminary, so I'm not as good at Greek with him, but I do have this great app that allows you to like pick up some Greek. So in verse 4, he says, this is a common actually like election predestination verse, because he predestined us, right? This is what it says in English. So the chose us is, this is what my friend was saying, is that the Greek in this, you can't tell in the English, but one of the things that's in here, and this is why he talked about in what is the church, is the Greek word for church is ekklesia.
Right.
And so within this verse is the choosing of us before the foundation of the world is, it's these different, and this is where I don't know the Greek cognation as much, and
I don't know Greek either,
and the grammar, but essentially what he's saying is like when Paul is saying he chose us in here, what he's essentially, it's some combination of ekklesia. And so what it's really saying, like him choosing us before the foundation of the world is related to church. And so and it relates to this line in the liturgy of St. John Chrysostom that we practice in the Eastern Orthodox Church, where he says, "He who called us into being out of non-being." So Paul in 1 Corinthians here, he would argue, is playing off of Genesis 1, where the Spirit is hovering over the waters of the deep, and the Logos speaks out of the chaos of non-being into being and says, "Let there be light," and there's light. Potency and act as one thing. Logos. And he's saying the church in Ephesians 1, Paul is riffing on that and saying the church is that which before the foundation of the world was called into being out of non-being. That's ekklesia. So broadly, all that to say, I would say the church is that which exists.
The church is, well, okay. So the church is that which exists.
Yes.
Corvettes exist, so therefore Corvettes of the church.
I mean, if they're in existence, they're
Yeah.
part of,
See,
they're part of the becoming
don't
of the church.
understand that. I don't understand that
It's
at
again,
all.
it's outside of time. So this is like before the foundation of the world. When was that?
Well, well, that's an assertion. In other words, I don't think that Genesis actually teaches creation ex nihilo. I don't think it actually teaches that.
What do you think it teaches?
But and the idea of God being outside of time, that is the Christian tradition. I understand that, but I don't think that's found in the Old Testament.
But okay, do you believe in the Big Bang?
I believe that there was a very violent, well, you call it the Big Bang, yes. I believe that there was a very violent expansion of our section of the universe about 14 years ago. Yes, I do. That's what all the evidence points to. Evidence.
So what
So
was before that?
that is under debate by science.
See,
I
T-Grog,
think
you're going to
that
get caught in infinite regressive woo, my friend.
well, no, these are actually testable things, unlike woo.
Cool,
Woo is
test
not
it.
testable.
Yeah, explain it to me.
Well, I'm not a theoretical physicist, but from what I understand, there's a couple of different, probably an advent of, there's a couple of different ideas: chaotic inflation of the multiverse.
What's that? I don't know what chaotic inflation is.
There's a Lee Smollen's got an idea that whenever time a black hole forms, another universe forms in another dimensional space. But like I said, I'm not a theoretical physicist.
Is that the physics of the gaps?
But, well, every gap we've ever looked at in nature has never been filled in by the supernatural.
What are you doing right here? Like when you use some term, I don't know what that means. Like when you started explaining the Big Bang, I don't know what that means. And you say you're not a theoretical physicist. So do you have faith in the theoretical physicists?
Well, I have no, I don't have. Well, I have faith in the sense that I believe in peer review, that smart people are trying to figure this stuff out, that they're attacking each other's ideas vociferously. And out of that, we have tentative knowledge and understanding. We have tentative knowledge. Now, what kills, Luke, this is a common, maybe theists should think about this. What we always do in order to, what I see is many theists do, and I'm not trying to disparage you guys. I used to do the same thing. You go to the outer limits of human knowledge and say, well, God's out there somewhere. See, what we don't understand is God. So we don't understand consciousness. So it has something to do with God. We don't understand the complete origin of the universe and everything else. That must be God. So they used to say that about animals and plants. Immanuel Kant, a smart guy, but a philosopher, he said, look, there'll be a Newton for a blade of grass. Yes, there was a Newton for a blade of grass, Charles Darwin. So people couldn't explain why animals were constructed the way they were and how they operated. We understand that now.
So T-Grog,
we understand that. So God has been kicked out of evolutionary biology. So
what do you think of this comment? Isn't the same evolutionary process that T-Grog describing also happening in theology across all religions?
Well, it shouldn't, because God is immutable in Christianity.
Well, I've talked
God
about that. I think you need to have. I think you need to have
I think it's in Deuteronomy. I, the Lord, do not change. I do not change. It's very clear. God is not mutable. That's Christian theology.
Well, it depends, because this is a debate. Like, this is a Whitehead thing, and we've talked about this on Grail Country, is the immutability of God and classic theism. I think the pull antimony with that is process theism.
Yeah, I don't want to monopolize the conversation. You got these nice people waiting here. I don't want to run my mouth here. Okay.
Well, no, I mean, thank you. I appreciate that. And I mean, Abby or Gage, what do you think? I mean, you guys can jump in at any time. I guess what I'm trying to point out is I believe that the way that you describe God is akin to the way that you described things before the Big Bang, and then you just throw terms on it that I don't know what they mean, and you don't know what they mean because you can't do the particle physics and quantum mechanics because you just said that. And so then you have faith in the peer-reviewed studies of the scientists, which also are not reproducible, by the way. And like CERN, I mean, how many studies are they doing on that and tests? They can barely get the funds to do any.
Well, as I put in the comments section on the stream, that they just cured Hep C. Hep C was an incurable viral disease of the liver. It's been cured, not by woo-woo, not by magic, not by reading Harry Potter, by science. Science works. Science works.
Yeah.
Science delivers the goods. The reason you're sitting in an air-conditioned room right now, if you are, is science. The reason you have electric lights is science. You can say whatever you want about science, that it's not perfect and it's, man-made and the people make mistakes. Science delivers the goods, folks. Read about the Dark Ages. It was hell on earth. People didn't have a meaning crisis because they died like flies. They didn't have a meaning crisis. They had a starvation crisis. So hearkening back to the good old days when everybody believed in witches and hobgoblins and all this stuff, no, it's terrible.
I don't think that's what anybody's doing here. I think that's a straw man.
Well, good. I'm glad to hear that. But because the reason we can talk is science. This is all science, right? That's why I'm a science fan. I used to teach science.
I think something that comes to mind here for me is thinking about how, in the beginning, you were talking a little bit about how things have to have a definition, but things also have to have a question to them as well. So if you only define a thing, but you don't allow for that definition to be, in some sense, non-restrictive, when you define anything and you take that definition to try to pretend as if that encompasses the whole thing,
yes, you're right.
That becomes a problem. And so in that sense, I mean, even going to the whole thing about like, well, does God change his mind? Well, it's like, right, God says he doesn't change his mind, right? But then he changes his mind. And it's like,
right. Well,
part of what's going on, at least from my understanding in the Bible, is that it's trying to lay out these tensions. And so you see a lot of oppositional statements, at least if you look at it propositionally, where Bible will say one thing and then it'll say the exact opposite thing, or it'll show the exact opposite.
Because it's written by different people. Yeah.
Well,
I agree with you.
I agree.
And you can't freeze definitions. I agree with that. Definitions have to be based on facts. Okay. And as our facts change, it's the black swan idea. In other words, all swans are white till there's black swans you find in Australia. Yeah. You have to change. Okay. The Big Bang could go away if there was other evidence that showed that it's incorrect.
Okay, here two comments I want to address, and then I want Hezi to talk. So Dave says science can't give you values, but it can sure give you nukes. Amen. And then Anselman, God love you. Listen, we can only deal with one of my heresies at a time. Right now, we're dealing with science, religious heresy. We'll deal with my pantheistic theosophy, occult heresies later or some other time. You can.
I like Anselm, man. I like him.
Yeah. Well, you guys are united in your dislike of me.
I don't dislike you. I know you don't.
I know you don't. You just don't like my ideas.
Nice.
Which is fine, which is great. That's
nicer than I was when I was a Christian. Much nicer. I'm in hellfire.
All right, Hezi, bring the Judaism and yourself.
Because I got to bounce. First of all, I hope you're well, and I hope everyone's having a good day. And T-Grog, thank you again for gracing us with your presence.
You're a little quiet. If you can
Yeah,
get
can
any
you speak
louder.
up?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Is this any better?
Yes.
Okay. So first off, at least in Judaism, the Bible is not a science book. That's number one. I'm not supposed to derive science and proofs and evidence from the Bible. It is better akin to an operating system, whether it be divine, of how to live a proper life. Number one. Number two, we say in Judaism that the Torah was written in the language of men. Okay, the Torah was given in a certain time and space, and it's written to be understood in context of where it's being given. While it's eternal, and we could read and dive deeper and deeper into it. Okay, it's written in a specific context. So when it talks about camels, you can start asking like, well, there weren't camels at that time, and how did Abraham ride a camel? Those questions, they just bounce off because I'm not looking at this again as a science book. Thirdly, when you come and say science, this is what science gives us and science works. Science is being done by humans, being done by men, okay? Being done by men who are, at least historically speaking, are looking at the world in awe and wonder and trying to understand God in his deepest levels. And they're using science as a tool that's not there to negate God. Rather, that's an amazing tool that God has given us to have a beautiful joint partnership between looking at the world through nature and through God, and also looking in the world through science. And by doing so, we discover more of God, whether it's the Big Bang or cancer. All these things are all, at the end of the day, manifestations of God. And they don't negate each other. And the more we see in science, the more we could try to understand God. Now, the reason I mentioned in a comment about levels, Abraham is getting to witness and experience God at one level. As humanity grows and changes and becomes more complex with our understanding, we could then be revealed to deeper levels of God. And we're just scratching the surface. In 1,000 years from now, there'll be even a deeper understanding of God. And the science we know then will seem irrelevant, and the science we'll know then will be so much more phenomenal. So I don't see these two things as negating. I can understand how you saying like, I need evidence to hear the voice, or I need evidence to know how the sea was split. But to look at religion, or the way at least it's being sold, right? Like, yes, I don't think anyone over here is talking about the man in the sky wearing white robes. Okay, that's not the discussion. But the Torah talks about how the prophecy that Ezekiel saw is very different than the miracle that the maiden saw when the waters were split. Ezekiel is having a much more abstract and potentially deeper understanding of God when he has his revelation of the chariot, whatever that means, metaphysics or not. Now he's a lot more advanced at that point, but he's a lot more further removed than the maiden at the splitting of the sea. Now that's a different revelation of God, but she's seeing it at a much more simplistic level and understanding God at that point. So the sages or the rabbis or the church elders, if they were living with us today, they would be flabbergasted with our understandings and the kind of conversations we have about God and about religion. But it's curious to me how when you jump back to science and saying like science has proven what? Science has disproven God? Science, what has science done that you feel?
That science is the best route that humans have developed to know what's going on in the world.
Just another route to know God.
If there were a God, like in the Hebrew Bible, God in the Hebrew Bible is doing miracles all the time, signs, wonders, all this stuff. We don't see any of that.
You mean what's perceived as miracles then? We see miracles all the time. Babies are being born, C-sections, cloning.
No, I'm talking about splitting the Red Sea, bringing fire down to burn up the prophets of Baal, the sacrifice made to Yahweh, bringing on plagues to kill people that Yahweh's upset with. Smiting the Assyrians outside Jerusalem, so I know hundreds of thousands of them die in one night. God used to do a lot of miracles, but he seems to have taken a vacation. or
Well,
retired.
I mean, you could say potentially the fact of you. I mean, you were talking about this wonderful world we're living in today, so it doesn't look to me like he took a vacation, because there's the advancements of
Well,
society.
people are doing that. That's not. There's no evidence Yahweh.
Well, they're definitely doing that on the fumes of religion, whether it be Eastern or Western. I mean, the whole enterprise of the Western culture and the Enlightenment, all these undergirdings of these things are all religion ultimately. And I would say that, at least in Judaism, the miracles that are being spoken about in the Bible, there are different interpretations how to look into them. Now, I have a toolkit that talks about them being described as actually miraculous and defying nature. There's other interpretations that they are happening within nature. And there are other interpretations that are saying these are more allegorical of what people saw.
So doesn't it bother you that it's very unclear what actually happened, what these things mean, and if they're literal, if they're symbolic, whatever? Does God just not care about how people figure this stuff out? He just doesn't care. He writes a book. Hey, throw it out there. You guys make sense of it, whatever you want to do. I just find that amazing.
Do I think he doesn't care? No, I don't think he doesn't care. I think trying to be pluralistic over here. I think if God is speaking for all intents and purposes to the Muslims through Islam, and to Christianity and to Christians through Christianity, and to Jews through Judaism, I believe we are offered an operating system, a roadmap. I don't think we have to look back and say, like, how big was Mount Sinai? What the exact shape of the tabernacle was. More, it's how do I live this embodied life? What does this mean to me? So the Bible I have through and its interpretation through the sages over the years leaves me with an operating system which tells me how to treat my neighbor, how to treat my politician, how to look at my house, and this is all a system. And at least, again, personally speaking, has allowed me to survive, or at least my people, my lineage, my religion for thousands of years. Right?
Sure.
So we're just talking about from a scientific point of view, it's a good system that works. And as far as like whether or not the concept of believing in God or not, the Talmud talks about how the second you deny idol worship, you're considered Jewish. And by that it means once you recognize that it's not bowing down to this rock or praying to this tree, rather it's a lot more complicated than that, you're in the zone.
So do you think Christians are idol worshipers?
Oh, what a good question. Do I think Christians are idol worshipers? I think
do you think they're idol worshipers?
I think some versions and manifestations of Christianity can be defined as such. There are interpretations in Judaism which I could find a loophole, quote unquote, where I could clear them of.
Well, thank you. Thank you for being clear on that. I appreciate that. I do.
Now, there's levels of how I interact with those kind of things, though. Do I think it's the same level of idol worship like worshiping Baal? No, I think it's a lot more oriented. I think it's a lot more directed. And Judaism obviously deals with their delicate relationship with both Islam and Christianity. However, and I mentioned this in the comments, the game I'm playing is God-fearers. You're going to a church, you're going to a synagogue, you're going to a mosque. Those are the details. God is playing a much bigger game than that. And everyone's invited to the table.
I hear what you're saying. I appreciate your viewpoint. I do. I find the history of religion to be full of people who have these abstract ideas, and because of those ideas, they kill other people who have different abstract ideas.
Correct, and build the world.
Yeah, so I don't. That's one of the objections I have. I think if there were a God who is our Father and who loves us, like I was with my children, I'd be very clear what I mean. Very clear.
Well,
because I don't want children to be hurt. I don't want them to be harmed. I want them to know the truth. I want them to know about me. Huh?
Where does that go wrong? Does that go wrong with people you had many years of the Crusades, which were filled with blood, right? However,
well, that's right.
I would never have imagined in a million years, I guess, as having faith. I would have faith, but I wouldn't have fathomed that the relationship between Christians and Jews would ever be this close. And that's also why that gives me hope towards our relationship with our Muslim brothers, because right now it seems like that would never happen. Yet somehow, after many, many years, with the assistance of science as well, of course, another amazing tool. It allows us to clarify. It allowed us to get rid of layers of stories, fables, allegory, and slowly but surely, with the rise of Jordan Peterson is so interesting, because you could see how someone from a psychological point of view is mirroring many of the Torah or the Bible's secrets. We're already at that point. We're tapping or touching or hinting towards psychological advancements at the time. So yes, it's up to us, the ones that are interested, and even someone like you who is saying a lot of this is gobbledygook, then at the very least pinpoint and focus on the things that seem relevant, and potentially from there a seed could grow. And yes, the Judaism that I am seeing in the future and the Christianity that I envision and the Islam I envision looks very different than what we're participating in right now. But that doesn't mean we walk away from it. It means we dig deeper in. And yes, maybe some things will not be relevant anymore. But as long as we're doing so in faith and doing so in proper orientation, I believe there's transcendence to be had.
I don't want to monopolize the conversation.
Yeah, me too. Sorry, guys. Catch you on the flip. Oh.
Thank you so much. It's wonderful, Hezi. Mark.
Yeah, just can I go back to T. Grug's idea that science delivers the goods? I don't think. Okay, I agree on at a superficial level. It certainly does produce results, no question. But evolutionarily speaking, 200,000 years, modern humans have been around, give or take, right? The scientific revolution has been with us for, say, 300 years.
Mm-hmm.
In that 300 years, we have managed to increase the population from 1 billion to 8 billion. And we have given ourselves the means, civilization, the means to end life on the planet by any number of means. At least 3 I can think of offhand.
Sure.
Okay. So the previous 200,000 years of modern human existence, minus 300, human beings did not have that power. Science gave us that power. All right. Now, if science, say we do extinguish life on the planet, but by some act of human civilization, can we say science was there by an evolutionary step forward or an evolutionary dead end? So when we say that, so just assuming categorically that science delivers the goods, zoom out a little bit from the wider scope of human history, and you'd have to say, no, it didn't. It produced its self-destruction. So, and I think maybe that's what this little corner is about, right? They're trying to, we can't put the genie back into the bottle. But on the other hand, we need some means to transcend the situation in which we find ourselves. And so I'll stop talking there, but I just object to the default assumption that categorically science is a boon to humanity. We don't know yet. We're not even sure really evolutionarily speaking, it's not even clear that civilization is not itself an evolutionary dead end, because there's just not enough time.
Well,
we assume it.
That may be true. I couldn't agree with you more. I think that we have in scientific thinking, which took many hundreds of generations to develop because of our primitive primate ancestry, science, logic, mathematics. Those are hard ways of thinking. Magic is easy because humans have imaginations. They can imagine whatever. They can imagine worlds where everybody walks on their hands, or people wear motorboats on their heads.
But it's not all magical thinking. It's not all magical thinking.
But science is difficult because you have to do rigorous testing. You have to build mathematical models. You have to explain how things work. You have to make predictions, read predictions from data. You have to do all this stuff in
so is ethics.
Stuff.
Ethics is a tremendous amount of work. It takes a tremendous amount of effort. Well, I mean, it's just thinking about how one should act in the world is an exercise of tremendous intellectual effort. It's not all magical thinking. We're not all here for the woo.
Well, it depends on what kind of ethics you're talking about. If you're talking about theistic based ethics, it's very clear: kill homosexuals, kill witches, burn women that are not virgins, who are pre-daughters. It's very clear. It's clear. That's God ethics.
No.
See? So
you have to read Romans. Read the Epistle to the Romans in its full context. You don't get chapter 1 sounds really harsh, but then you get chapter 2.
Right.
Okay.
The Bible is not. I said this earlier in the stream. This is one of those assumptions of sola scriptura Protestantism is the perspicuity of Scripture, the clarity of Scripture. No, it ain't. It's not very clear, which is why you have so many
Catholics burned witches.
Huh?
Medieval Catholics didn't even read the Bible, and they burned witches.
What would modern?
So it's not just the Scripture.
Yeah, but what would modern Catholics say about that? They'd probably say that was wrong.
They'd say it's horrible because of the Enlightenment.
Right.
Yeah, they would. Yeah, they would.
Where did the Enlightenment come from?
People in Europe, after hundreds of years of religious wars, getting fed up with the killing and the slaughter of killing people.
Why do you think it happened there versus other places?
That's a very interesting historical sociological question that's probably outside of my wheelhouse. That's a huge argument why it happened there and not in China or India. Yeah. That's, who knows? I mean, pure, from my perspective, it's pure luck. Pure luck.
I think I think it's Nate that just brought up in the chat that a lot of the witch burning was actually after already the philosophical shift had been made. That when we think about witch burning, a lot of it occurs in the 1500s, 1600s. And I would argue the real, to use the Taylor language, the porous self was already gone at that point. I also think it's really interesting comparing magic and Enlightenment thinking, because magic and Enlightenment thinking actually in some sense are two sides of the same coin. If you look at historically, the resurgence in magic is kind of contemporary with the Renaissance. And
true.
So, because I think the only reason I'm making that distinction is because I think the term magic is very complicated, and magic and science are actually way more related. That we kind of see them as opposites, but they, at least from my understanding, they're very, very similar in an important way. And a lot of times those two were tied together, science and magic, and were contrasted with more traditional religious thinking.
Yeah, well, I've read a bit of the Malleus Maleficarum, which was the witch hunter's manual. I recommend that to everybody. That's like top scholarship of the 15th century. There's a lot of astrology in there. lot of demonology. Demons are everywhere. It's just a total superstitious world that we don't inhabit anymore. They believed in all sorts of crazy things. And I agree with you. There was a transition point between magic and science. I think Newton wrote a lot more about alchemy than he did about physics. But we've moved beyond that now. We don't need alchemy. We don't need things like that.
So okay, I want to address. I want to zoom back out if we may. So I'm following the comments, and there's a lot of comments that seem to be. I mean, there's a major thread in the comments that's frustrated with T-Grog of kind of a
I'm
blind
sad.
scientism. Of just no, I mean, of just kind of like a blind scientism. And here's the thing is like, and even this comment, Matt. So I've interacted with Matt some, and he says, I mean, this isn't estuary. Actually, T-Grog, I don't know. Did you get the notices of people wanting your email to invite you to Chad's online estuary?
I think I just gotta, I'm doing other things around here and stuff. Yeah.
So that would be a good way to engage in this little corner that isn't. And maybe you don't have interest. You don't have to, but it would be a facet of this little corner that isn't this. Estuary is a major part of this little corner, which isn't exactly this. Yeah. Because here's the thing, to Matt's point, we call this estuary, but it's more like a grocer's freezer of static beliefs. I hope it's not that, which is actually a lot of what I was talking about at the beginning of this live stream when I was just monologuing. And see, this is what's so funny is because we get in here and T-Grog, you want to talk about, because when we get in here, when you come on, this is what we talk about. We talk about like science versus religion, like that's what happens kind of every time.
Well, I'd be happy to talk about Christianity.
Right. So we could have.
I'd be happy to talk about that.
So like we could have talked about hell, the doctrine of hell as it relates to Christianity.
Hell is the traditional doctrine of the Christian faith. It is eternal conscious torment in flames. That's the traditional doctrine.
Did you listen to my? But here's the thing: like I bet you don't really understand the history of the doctrine of hell very well. Did you listen to the beginning of my stream?
I used to have a library on hell. I used to have many books on hell because I'm interested in not going to hell. So
yeah. Did you listen? What was the beginning of my stream about?
I didn't. I came in late from that, so I apologize. But
so what I was talking about was these local friends of my wife who are wanting to talk to me about hell and annihilationism and a lot of different things because these are issues that they have problems with. This has been a recurrent thing in this little corner. I've been talking about the doctrine of hell ever since I was in this corner. It was in my first conversation with PVK in 2019, I think. I brought up eternal conscious torment, which was a term Paul had never heard.
Paul never heard that? And he's a Christian Reformed minister?
No, he had never heard the term eternal conscious torment.
I find that hard to believe. Well, went to Calvin College, right?
Yeah, but here's the thing. They don't talk about the evolution of the historic doctrine of hell throughout time. Like people would know this. Most Protestants know nothing of church history prior to Martin Luther. Or
that's
very
correct.
little. They maybe know about Augustine. Because here's the thing with hell. The doctrine of eternal conscious torment was only the major traditional view in the West post-Augustine.
Well, I understand that. Look, Christian doctrine is a mess. I understand. You're right. By the way, Christians don't agree on atonement, hell, baptism, structure of the church, eschatology. Yeah. They don't agree on anything.
Okay, that's fine. But like even when you say that, that's like that's your nail that you just always want to hit. What you don't understand, that's what we're doing in this little corner is having all of those discussions, talking about it outside of dogmatic, siloed conversations where nobody knows what they're talking about.
I salute you.
That's what we're doing.
I salute you.
So like, so I guess that's what I would encourage is like, I have no idea. I think a huge part of why these live streams have been more popular lately is because of the talking head debate mode in this either or mode of science versus religion. And I said this to you, like, I don't want to keep having that conversation, because if you want to be playing the game of the exclusivist religion of the right side of history, which is everybody needs to think like me and accept my views,
I don't.
I have no interest in that. You can go play American politics. Go be on your pro-Biden or pro-Trump bandwagon. I don't want to do that here.
No,
So
I completely agree with you. But I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, what is it that you're talking about? In other words, you talk about Christianity.
My wife doesn't know.
You talk about Christianity. You talk about orthodoxy. What does that mean? Well, I understand what orthodoxy is. I think it's the first 7 ecumenical councils. It has a certain structure. You have certain primates, and it's basically, each bishop has their own kind of authority. And unlike the Roman Catholic Church, they don't believe in the primacy of the Pope. They don't believe in the procession of the Holy Spirit from Jesus. They don't believe in purgatory. So that's orthodoxy.
I think if I could just, for me, when I operate in these spaces, although, talking about beliefs and stuff like that is an interesting higher layer, like above layer of this, underneath it, at least for me, and I think, Luke, you'd agree with this, that like these spaces is a place to know and to be more fully known, and that has to underlie the conversation in an important way. And it's understanding the way these layers work in terms of, and I think that's part of the frustration in the comments section, is it seems like that structure's off to some extent.
Look, Luke, I don't want to rain on your parade here, man.
No, you're not. You're not.
I'll leave.
No.
Don't worry about it.
This is
okay.
That's not what I was saying.
And this is the one thing I want to say. I'm also kind of responding to the comment section a little bit to tell them to chill out, because I don't want to run my live streams anyhow like the way, I'm not nearly as quick to just get rid of stuff I don't like, because I think you need to live in that tension a little bit. So like, I think there's a reason that you're coming here. One of my Lukeisms is the thing behind the thing behind the thing. I don't think you're mainly here to debate science versus religion, personally. I don't think that's why you're here. And
I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
Sure. Great. And also, I don't think the TLC needs to get rid of, one of the big problems, I think, in the modern world is that people too quickly harvest the fringe. They get rid of the person that's on the outside, or they want to other the other person and just get rid of them. You are coming in as the philosophical materialist, physicalist, naturalist.
Yes.
And then people,
I believe when you're dead, you're dead.
Right.
You're dead, literally.
But then people get frustrated with the things that you're saying. I don't want to be too quick to just be like, get out of here. Now, I have said I don't want the conversation to devolve into this every time, but I think we are all learning something through this process. And Tyler is one of the most brilliant, beautiful people I've ever known. So I want to hear what he has to say too. So Tyler is here, and Tyler.
Mark, I appreciate your comments. I agree with many things you said. Many.
And thank you for popping on too, Mark. So Tyler, are you ready? Are you ready to speak your piece?
Oh, I hope so.
Okay.
I hope so. In a strange inversion, I think, like T-Grog, I'm here to defend science.
Beautiful.
Because I don't think he's accurately representing it. That's what it feels like. It feels like he's taking a position and attempting to defend science as opposed to religion. And it doesn't even appear like he has a firm grasp of what science is. I've heard multiple contradictory statements that indicate that that you have unclear thinking and you're not using a scientific process in this very conversation. So I'm going to challenge you on that, and I hope it's in love, and I hope that we can at least begin to unpack some of what's happening in this very conversation. Would you like to do that?
Go for it.
Okay. So one of your disagreements seems to be something about there's a process of agreement and a process of disagreement. Is that correct?
Process of agreement and a process of a disagreement.
Uh-huh.
I'm not sure what you mean, but I'll
Do you
walk
believe that
into
there are
the- what is
processes
it?
which lead to agreement and processes which lead to disagreement?
Well, people can agree on a lot of things and still be wrong. So yeah, there's
That do you
what
hear
I
that?
yeah,
Do
I
you
would
hear the
advocate.
exact phrase that I'm using? Do you believe that there
Yeah.
are processes which lead to agreement and processes which lead to disagreement?
Well, I broadly I could agree with that. Sure.
Okay. Do you believe that those processes exist both in religion and in science?
Different processes, but I broadly say processes of agreement, processes of disagreement do exist.
Would you say that there is a preference towards agreement or disagreement in religion or science?
I don't know the answer to that. A preference from by whom? Um, uh, Certainly, a person who's a genius like Albert Einstein would say, "I'm right, you're wrong, and I don't care if anybody agrees with me. I'm right." So,
So, does the level of intelligence matter?
well, I think I do believe in intelligence, and I think that um, that it's not a matter of just intelligence. A person who's a genius is a person with a high level of intelligence, a high level of ego strength, and who's driven to find out what's going on.
Would you
They're
call that the
driven.
high? Would you call that the high priest of science, the genius?
Well, priests are a little bit different, right? Priests commune directly with the supernatural. And usually they operate under a creedal structure. So they can't just think whatever they want to think. Unlike scientists.
Have you ever practiced science? You said you taught it. Have you ever practiced it?
Well, I co-authored 2 papers in experimental psychology. Yeah, I did.
Okay. Did you have to utilize a creedal structure or a model?
A model is not a creed. A model is a working idea. It's like when you fix your car. You have an idea what's wrong with the car, and then you
Should I use
test to see
presupposition
it's
instead of
wrong. Yeah. So it's creeds are I think you're I think
Can we use
creeds
a
are
less
the
emotionally modulated word like a presupposition?
Well, yeah,
Did you have
I
to
think
employ
that
did you have to employ a pre-developed structure that someone handed to you in order to do that work in science?
well, we learn
Yeah.
science, we learn how to do it. It's not just
Right.
in a sense it's a natural thing because your roof is cracking and you make observations and you say, why is my roof cracking? Maybe it's a structural problem.
Do you have
Maybe
a
it's
sense
this.
of the point that I'm do you have a sense of the point that I'm driving at?
Well, I think not really. No, I don't.
Okay. So we got to do a little bit more work. Is there some questioning that you could do towards me that would help you find out what my point is?
Sure.
Okay.
So just to clarify what you're saying, you think what priests do and what scientists do are the same thing?
I think they occupy a similar role in a space that's attempting to find agreement and disagreement. I think that there's just as much disagreement in religion as there is in science, but the processes are exactly the same. They're just dealing with different types of information.
So let's take
measuring.
a test case because I like to be concrete rather than abstract.
Sure.
a priest is trying to ascertain to cure tuberculosis, and a scientist is trying to cure tuberculosis. Do you think they use the same methods or different methods?
I think one is attempting to extract a determined principle that you can utilize in a broader, more holistic way. But I think I could reframe. I think I could reframe any hypothetical that you give me, any situation, into a different construct that illuminates something more religious. So, for instance, I could say, with a religious instruction, I could inform someone to stay away from places where they might get tuberculosis.
Yeah, but in order to stay away from places where you might get tuberculosis, you have to know what causes tuberculosis, right?
Well, no, you don't. You just have to know.
You don't?
Yeah, you don't have to know the cause of a sunburn to know that you don't have to go out in the sun to get sunburned.
Well, sunburn and tuberculosis, I think most people listening to this stream would agree, are a little bit different.
I'm using a general principle to illustrate that you can avoid something without knowing the exact mechanistic cause.
So
for instance, there's a dietary law in a lot of religious, belief structures that has to do with health, right? And it's a primitive one because they're attempting to understand in a primitive way, from your perspective and your understanding now, how to be healthy in relation to the food that they have to consume. Right?
Well, yeah, I would say
that process has continued, and it has continued unbroken. The divide that we make between science and religion now is one of our own making, right? It's part of a narrative that we've constructed because we're always playing a thesis antithesis game. That's what we're always trying to do in the socio-cultural context, because I would say that's because people have learned how to utilize these dynamics in a group setting to control things, to get attention, to try to manifest more of their own image in the world.
Let's go back to tuberculosis. So what a priest does and what a scientist do, as I asked before, are they the same or are they different?
Are they? I say that they're the same process in different contexts.
Okay, so these are words.
See? A lot of the early scientists were priests. You know this, right?
There were some of our greatest.
You know, some of our greatest scientists were also priests.
Like who?
Teilhard de Chardin.
I would say in the history of science, Father Chardin is not on the radar, generally speaking.
Wolfgang Pauli. I can start naming contemporaries.
Yeah, but he's not. He's not a priest. He's a scientist who happens to be religious. Well, he's not a priest. There are priests that have been great scientists.
That you think undermines my point?
Well, Lemaitre.
What if he took the cloth?
Yeah.
Lemaitre was a great scientist, but he didn't use the methods of religion to formulate.
What are the methods of religion?
Principle.
What are the methods of religion? What are the methods of religion?
Prayer, meditation on sacred texts, studying sacred texts, mystical experiences, things like that. Those are sources of religious knowledge.
Are you aware of how
Ezekiel's vision? Ezekiel's vision is a perfect example. Whereas in science, now people use their imagination to construct theories and hypotheses, and then they test them against reality. That's how it works. There's no test.
Yeah,
religion.
Right. So
do
you feel that religious people do not do the same thing? So what I would suggest is that the arena that a religion is playing in is the arena in a non-deterministic framework. It's non-deterministic. So it's not repeatable every time. I can't guarantee a result. I can't guarantee an outcome. And so the fundamental way that I have to relate to it is different than in circumstances where I can predetermine or use instrumentation or models to guarantee a particular outcome. I think these are the different. Now, are you aware of So I would say that everything that you just described occurring in science is happening in both, right? So the way that you just described religion is happening in science, and we can go
So
back.
people
So they
people
study sacred texts,
Mhm.
right? They study texts handed to them by people that came before them. They don't understand the texts. Sometimes they disagree with them. If they disagree with them, there's a schism. There's a new industry. That person is often treated as a heretic. They're
Right.
widely condemned, right? There's the same process that occurs over and over and over again.
Well, I would just say this. We know more the way the world works than we did 500 years ago. We know nothing more about, quote, religious truth than we did 500 years ago, or 1,000 years ago, or 2,000 years ago.
That's a very strong claim, especially having been someone who's not familiar with it all, right? So
I'm pretty familiar with the history of religions, and I'm pretty familiar with the history of science. So I'm not a complete novice on those things.
well,
But
so from that place,
science has
you
made
want to make
enormous
the
progress.
strong claim that no understanding has shifted in anything about the nature of God or reality.
Give
and
some
metaphysics?
truths. Give me some truths that were held by religion 500 years ago that have been falsified.
So, some truths.
Give me some claims that have been falsified.
Do you mean falsified in accordance with a measurement tool that I can use in science? Because the religions are all at war with each other. So,
well, they're all at war with each other. That indicates that they're not. We know how the sun works. We know
no, we
how
don't. No,
gravity works.
T-Grog, we don't know how the sun works, and we don't know how gravity works.
How
we don't.
these things. We
Yes.
know about the electromagnetic spectrum. We know about, quantum mechanics. That's why we're talking.
Hold on. But being someone who is also very familiar with science, okay, we don't know, and there is a horizon problem. There is enormous disagreement at the edge of our understanding. And some people are convinced that naturalism can always explain everything. And other people are convinced now at the very edges of our understanding that we can't explain it using only naturalism. Within science, this is true. Okay? It's absolutely the case.
I understand there'll always be disagreements. I understand that. But like I said, these are at the outer edge of knowledge. Donald Hoffman is not going to say that the sun is composed of green cheese, okay? It's composed of hydrogen, helium gas, some trace gases. They're undergoing thermonuclear fusion. That's how we get electromagnetic spectrum light on Earth.
Wouldn't he just say we don't? Wouldn't he just say we don't know what it is? Evolution is a heuristic to keep us alive. And
by the way, to me, Donald Hoffman, he's not a mainstream cognitive psychologist.
All right, hold on.
This is a woo-woo thing.
No. This is
okay.
Donald Hoffman has his own woo. Okay, his own woo.
Yeah, he does.
Okay, yeah. So everyone has woo if you want to push to the edges of their understanding. If you want to talk about it that way, yeah.
I understand that.
Okay, so I'm asking, how are you delineating the woo in science and the woo in religion? The way that it seems to be is that you're taking a historical perspective.
We can make future testable predictions based upon models that we've created about reality, and they work to an incredible degree to predict what will happen. But unlike religion, which you can't predict anything.
There are fundamental limitations to our predictive capacities, though.
Of course, because of chaos theory, and we can't measure to the infinitely perfect degree. I understand that.
And do you think that dispensing with all of that with an "of course" is sufficient to convince all of the people who are stuck in the mired in the mystery of this problem that that's enough?
I'm not trying to convince anybody. I'm not trying to convince anybody. That's not the point. I'm just putting out there what I believe after my study and thinking about these things. It's like Alcoholics Anonymous. Take what you like and leave the rest. I'm not here to convince anybody of anything.
Well, that
Okay.
seems like a very strange, disingenuous stance to
No,
take when you're trying
Why?
to argue for a position.
And
Well,
it also does
yeah.
seem to be the case that you go, this has been like what I've learned, and this is like my approach or my experience. But then you'll then go to say, this is just how it is. Like, we know this. We know from like science that this thing definitely does happen. And I've got 100% certainty in it because of science.
It's only, look, we don't, that's the nice thing about science. We don't claim 100% certain.
I'm not saying specifically, but it's the behavior and the approach that you give, like the tone.
Yeah, well, look, let's not get into the ad hominems about what my motivations
it's not
are.
an ad hominem.
It's not an ad hominem. It's not an ad hominem.
I would just say this. I asked the question, I never got an answer. What from religion? By the way, there's a lot of things we know in science that, well, we thought we knew 500 years ago that have been falsified. What been falsified in religion that people are still arguing about from 500 years ago? I can tell you, I know they're arguing about the procession of the Holy Spirit from the Son or from the Father alone, and the Father and the Son, or I know they're still arguing about that, but
I would say those things don't need to be falsified. They're arguing on the ways in which they're done, and interdenominational sort of conflicts. It's sort of like whether one should be correct or the other is correct.
Yeah.
Well, it's important because there's multiple anathemas back and forth between these groups. So
Mark. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, I think you guys are trying to you're mixing up language games. If I may borrow from the ever famous Wittgenstein,
yes,
you really can't impose upon an idea like scientific falsification is completely different process intellectually than spiritual contemplation or worship or theology. And I would place theology and worship as separate categories of human activity, just to name. And so you have a very wide, same thing in science. You have a very wide umbrella of what consists of science, and you have another wide umbrella of different categories of activity that could be called religious. I think it's a mistake to try to mix them up, and it's been tried. I mean, that's the last theology, Protestant theology, starting in the 18th, 19th century, was the attempt to impose science on religion, and I think it's produced some good effects, maybe archaeologically and textual criticism, but it hasn't produced very much in the way of advancement spiritually.
Let me just say that for a start, like I'm just mirroring language that T-Grog has used himself. So he said,
"No, everybody was doing that. I'm not saying it's any one person's guilty of it. It just you guys in that conversation, that interchange right there. You guys were. It was a collision of language games that don't mix. It's very much oil and water.
I'm saying I don't think falsification does apply in that realm. But because he's using it, I'm saying, okay, here's A, here's B, but B doesn't work.
Right. But I can tell you, I can tell you just personally, I'll be very brief. Sure. Personally, why I am here, okay? See, my default mode is scientific. My son is a particle physicist, PhD. Okay. His dissertation advisor, his doctoral advisor, shocked me when he said that he had no problem with virgin births or God creating the universe, just because his whole view is it's probabilistic. So that was interesting. But anyway, that's an aside. So we're not working under the old ideas of physical laws. Aside. Why am I here? I am here because about 2 years ago, I was in a state of frustration, and in a moment of just frustration with everything, frustration with politics, frustration with specific loved ones having difficulties, just frustration. And my mind went into a kind of blank space where I just was suddenly I went from being in the room I was in into being in a complete space of darkness. And off to the left appeared a cross. And then intuitively, I just said, you deal with it, you take it. And in that moment, a wind, a kind of breath of air blew through my body, knocked me back, and I went, whoa, what was that about? And from then commenced this wild experience of kind of, I guess you would call it a kind of state of hypomania that was spiritually driven, that lasted for about several months. It didn't cool. It took a very long time for that kind of bizarre spiritual high produced by this kind of Constantinian vision of the cross that radically transformed my mind and my spirit and shifted me from a very vague sort of agnostic state of mind to a state of mind that said I need to go right back into the Bible deep. In fact, when I had that quote vision, I was reading through G.K. Chesterton's biography of St. Francis.
Okay.
Now, see, none of that's scalable. That doesn't answer anybody's question. It doesn't help T-Grog sort out your issues. It doesn't help anybody on the corner. All I'm saying is it's the living presence of Christ, whatever that is, that I experience and have continued to experience for the last 2 years.
Yep.
Is what drives me, has me here. I don't really care about where every Christian lands. It seems like, everybody has all these wild, different opinions on theology. Most of it's wild speculation. Some of it's inherited and some of it's invented. It's none of that matters to me. I have a sense of the resurrected presence of Christ in my life.
Yeah.
That's where I'm coming from. So if you want to have that, what I would encourage is, if you have doubts, if you have questions, continue them. But I think if you're mixing up language games again if you're trying to intellectually solve a spiritual problem.
But I'll post something here as well. Have you got a presupposition of what side, for instance, I'm coming from in this conversation? Like
a presupposition? Are you talking to me? Or?
No, to Mark. Do you think I'm coming from science?
By the way, Mark,
or do you think I'm coming from
sharing
religion?
That. I appreciate that. I've never had
it's quite mad, and I'm not going to say it's otherwise.
I'm not judging you. Listen,
no,
my
no,
wife,
I'm just
before you jump in here, Andrea, I just want to follow up. I'm not a religion hater, okay? My wife died of cancer 3 years ago. She died horribly, okay? She wanted to get the last rest. She said, I didn't want to ask you, Tim, because I thought you'd make fun of me. I said, I would never do that. If you want to get a witch doctor in here to help you, I don't care. So she told me she had a vision of the Virgin Mary and she was at peace. Am I going to take that away from a dying woman? Hell no. My wife? Hell no. I'm not a religion hater. Okay. I just don't want us to go back and I don't want to encourage poor thinking habits. Okay. Where any goes, any way you feel about whatever you think, that's the way it is. And that's my truth. That's just my truth. That's my truth. See,
yeah, but listen, but that's the way we feel about you.
Okay.
So that, I mean, it's the same exact thing to mirror back to you. There's an invitation to try to participate in this process. It's a little bit deeper. It's a little bit more nuanced, and it's outside of the scope of a deterministic, measured way
hang on,
to try
Tyler.
to.
Let me just jump through here just to get an answer from Mark first, because it's important.
I
So,
don't think he was. Yeah, but I don't think he was speaking to you necessarily, Andre. I
No,
don't
no,
think
no. But he
speaking
was
to
jumping in
something about-
before Mark was going to respond to me.
I apologize, by the way, Andre. You
Go
had the
for it.
floor.
No, that's
so.
that's fine. That's fine. So, Mark, the description you sort of explained to me, not in the same sort of visual way, but the same metaphysical way. I had that happen to me a couple of years ago. It brought me to Christianity. Before that, I'd been an atheist all my life, very scientific, very rationalistic, and so on. So, when you told me about that, and you felt like you were driven here by that, I'm sort of in the exact same sense that you are. I've been examining both sides from the sidelines for this conversation for a while. And look, I picked apart some things where I think T. Grog is wrong, but I also don't think he's a full like religion hater. But from his journey here, he's sort of ingrained some beliefs and sort of opinions that are going to stick for a while, which is why this nuanced sort of open discussion is handy to all of us, because it allows us to talk through sides where the ortho bros and the Catholics can sort of lead in some information that he may not know, and he can explain his approaches to science there. Now, but also, like, I'm very strongly sort of supporting of science as well.
Mm-hmm. My background spiritually, personally, is as an adult is as much Buddhist and Indian as it is Christian. I mean, the Christian thing is it goes back to my childhood, but it's philosophically, if you ask me if you want me to say how I think the world works, I would say the Buddhists have a better grasp on human psychology than traditional Christian philosophy. But so I'm not tightly constrained, and yet for me it comes back to the reason. I mean, the reason I can't stay just there is the presence of the resurrected Christ. It's the cross. It's Philippians 2. It is, and so. However, you have, you have different kinds of yogis, right? In Indian philosophy, you have bhaktis, and you have yanas, and you have, so the bhaktis are all, we're just going to worship our way to bliss and freedom, and the yanas we're going to use our minds, and they're the ones that are going for gnosis. They were, and it seems here in this space we have some of both, and then some. It seems like T. Grog is working from the Gnostic end. He's looking for the Yana end. He's intellectually trying to grasp things. If I'm speaking incorrectly, correct me. T. Grog, but it seems like you're coming at it intellectually, and I find there's always limits to that. I've exhausted myself with books.
Of course,
I'm trying to forget. I actually kind of avoid the jargon. I try to forget as much as I've learned, because it's just to try to, because it just gets in the way so much of what strikes me as practical spirituality, and by which I mean there's so much emphasis by some members, some prominent, because this is a thinky-talky medium. I think the smart people get elevated, the articulate people get elevated in this space. There's not a stupid person in there in this meeting or of any I've seen, but when Jesus is at the temple, and you've got there's a story where the widow gives her last mite, And she's given it to a corrupt system, right? The whole temple economy is corrupt, but she donates her last bit of wealth, and Jesus says she gets the big reward. She understands it.
Mm-hmm.
The Pharisees, the smart guys, the scribes, the Pharisees, the Sadducees, the elite, the rich, the powerful, and even his own disciples don't get it as much as she gets it. And to me, that's the kind of practical spirituality I'm trying to cultivate now in my life.
Yep.
What's nice about this little corner is that you seem to be, other than most of Christian YouTube, is y'all allow for a much wider spectrum of thought and opinion and experience. In fact, you guys allow Hezi so much space, for example, to speak his point of view. Most Christian circles just they blow up. They can't handle it.
Sure. I don't think you wouldn't have traditional Christian spaces that have people like Chad wearing a wrestling mask and like Grim making his videos. They would almost be heretics in those spaces. But we sit down and listen to them. We're like, yeah, actually, we're going to accept these guys. Like, they're like, come in. So yes, I think the net is a lot wider open for those ideas and the branch of ideas.
But I would encourage, see, Tigran, maybe that's the way I would say, instead of trying to solve it intellectually, I wonder if maybe you might find some of the answers. See, I would say your wife probably did have a Marian vision. I wouldn't be that, because of my experience, my way of seeing the world, I'm a bit of a crazy person. So I would say that if you want to try to answer some of your questions, just maybe go about it more obliquely instead of trying to approach it intellectually. Go find those little old ladies that they have no words necessarily for their faith, but they live it in a deep and profound way. That's not old ladies only, but I mean, it's the simple people, those are the people Jesus said they have their names written in heaven. And that's what I'm chasing after. I'm not saying I'm there, man. I'm all tied up in this a lot.
So who he sought out as his disciples as a simple person, like the fisherman, the man he passes in the street, not the man who has lots of money or the man who has lots of power. He specifically didn't seek them out as disciples or as diakonos. Like, he chose them because they were like the common man.
And he didn't exclude the intellectuals. He didn't exclude the rich and he invited them, but most of the time they just couldn't let go to follow, right? That was typically the problem.
Yeah.
So if I could hop in just briefly,
go ahead.
I want to make a few clarifying comments. I am not at all anti-science. I've fell in love with science as a very young child. I became acquainted with science as an idea as a very young child. Just a few years ago, I tried to help Eric Weinstein establish a community that was devoted, here with Andre was there, to the exploration of science as a communal effort, a kind of resurgence of the idea of imagination, being able to play again in the realm of science, make it fun, make it something we can all partake of, not just something that exists in faraway places. And it worked a little bit, but it also didn't. And the reason it didn't is because there wasn't a unifying spirit. There wasn't something that drew us together. And it was something outside of the ises that we were trying to measure in all of our comments, all the facts and propositions. Now, one of the things that I'm trying to do is crack open a piece of doubt in your mind, because the statements that you're making sound very similar to the ones that I used to make many, many years ago. And I don't want to position myself as someone who's smarter or better than you, in the same way that I'm trying to say, from our position of today, we can't look at the past and say, those people were dumber than us. Those people could have
prefer
known
ignorant.
what we know.
I
Well,
prefer
ignorant,
ignorant,
yeah,
not
whatever.
dumber.
It's the position of simply saying we know better now, and then
We
taking
do.
that and using, well, we take that and we use that as a resource to generate a sense of being better now amongst our peers. And that's something that keeps happening over and over and over again in all the different realms of thought, all the different domains of inquiry. And we always have to resist that, because it's a humility that brings us to the point where we can unify. There's a humility that brings us to a point where we can flow together and add our different pieces and experiences so that there's something greater than the sum of our parts. And that's fundamentally a different thing than the analytic process of science, which is trying to chop things into pieces. It's an orientation issue. And that's what I would ask you to try to explore. I could try to crack you open through logic, through Kurt Gödel. I could tell you that there's definitely things that we can state about propositions which can't be proven within systems. I can do a lot of work with you in science, in the realm of logic and science and metaphysics if you want to. But you've got to get to a point where you can doubt enough to open up and talk about it from a different perspective.
Yeah, I would just say this. Everybody has certain presuppositions, right? Or mental models that they've constructed about how the world works. I prefer. Some people's are more developed than others. The best way we have found to increase, well, it depends on what you like. And by the way, I agree with Mark. Mark, science could destroy the whole planet. There's no question about that. But quite frankly, given the history of life on Earth, humans were going to go extinct anyway at some point. If we stayed primitive cave people running around throwing rocks at each other, we'd go extinct just like all the other hominids have gone extinct. Okay. So because of my presupposition, I think that living in a better world, I think we live in a better world than we did 500 years ago or 1,000 years ago. There's suffering, there's less death, there's less horror, there's less warfare, there's less. So, and I think that's a good thing. That's my presupposition. Okay. I think that knowledge is better than ignorance. Health is better than disease. Happiness is better than misery and suffering and monkery, living in a hole in the ground out in the desert somewhere. That's my presupposition.
But it's not okay. I really don't mean to push on a sensitive point here, but as you just stated, in the case of your dying wife, God rest her soul. Not in that case. Ignorance in that case, as you felt it, was the true and good thing to do.
Well, I understand.
Where did that come from?
Because I'm a consequentialist when it comes to morality. In other words,
but you couldn't have known that.
I don't have a fully. But let me throw that out to the audience. My wife had a vision of the Virgin Mary. Are you guys all going to become Roman Catholics based on her vision now?
No, us Orthodox can freely live in that realm too, so that's no problem there.
Oh, I don't know.
An image doesn't carry with it instruction unless you plug it into the system.
I would just like to add this. No, I would just like to add this. So, for example, like one of the things that has become, this is a simple thing. I've talked to my kids about this. It's just very obvious to me. All of this reliance upon technology and people don't know how to grow their food and everything else. Like we are putting ourselves closer to the precipice of extinction through all of this advancement than we ever have been in human civilized history. We've set up these supply chains where if things happen, people can't eat. The power and the technology that people have become so dependent upon, the comforts it gives is great. But I would posit the question, because you'd mentioned extinction. The reliance on the technology, I think, is bringing us the closest we've ever been, other than a meteor or something like that, of man-made extinction of things that I think these we're clearly going to have some of these major problems at some point. We had a supposed solar flare that took out the AT&T, whatever that is. I don't know if I believe that, but at any rate. So, and then you mentioned like ignorance. Like, I think that there was a wisdom that being so connected into the land in places where you could see the canopy of stars at night, growing your own food, all of those other sorts of things. That I don't know that we are that we're better off for this advanced state.
Well,
Really?
I don't. Yeah, the science. You can't. Okay. There's no question organic food is better than industrially processed food, right? We know it's more nutritious, it's tastier, etc. But if we went organic overnight, we'd have a famine that'd probably kill off or threaten, at very least threaten 3/4 of the global population. And probably before that famine finished off 3/4 of the global population, you'd have political unrest that would force us right back into the industrial production of food again, so that it would stop the collapse. So the idea that living close to nature, I'm sorry.
So do you think that's not going to happen?
Oh, I think modernity is far more resilient than y'all give it credit. It's very tough. Donald Trump couldn't dismantle the American Constitution, and I don't think the modernity is near the precipice yet. It's threatened most by itself.
I don't want to derail it, but I'd love to have that conversation with you.
Yeah, that's a it's a different conversation for a different time. I get it.
And what I brought that up for was more about just this, like where Tyler's pulling on a thread. So that's what Tyler does. And he pulls on threads and he tries to, let's kind of figure out what that thread is. And that's what he's doing. And I was just kind of to T-Grog, kind of with respect to that is, I don't know that necessarily I would maybe push back using the word ignorant and so on and so forth. Are maybe we more ignorant in how we've gotten out of the patterns of life and our deep connection to the things that are around us and so on and so forth. So those things that feed us spiritually and connect us better locally and communally. It's just I don't know. I mean, listen, modernism is great and it's, extends life and all the technology that's come around. I certainly am not disagreeing against any of that. And there are amazing things that it can do. I guess the other question would be is, I mean, you could get into the argument, is extending life for 10 or 15 years, is that really that much more valuable? For some of us, I don't know that necessarily it is. If it steals all the richness of a more connected life locally and communally, but I don't think that just my communication is with respect to T-Grog is I'm becoming more and more convinced that we aren't smarter than our ancestors.
Not smarter, I would say less ignorant. More.
But ignorant about what? But ignorant about what?
In the good old days, people didn't live that long, and they lived horrible lives, very short. They didn't think about.
No, T-Grog, that's not. That's not true.
They didn't think about. Well, let me finish. They think about meaning and whole purpose. They found that in the church. The priests told them what to do. That was very clear. Most of your children died before the age. Most of the children died before the age of 6. They lived under horrible conditions. Agriculture was catch as catch can. There was a famine every couple of, depending on the years. In the medieval times, every 3rd year was a famine. So people didn't sit around and go, oh, I'm going to think I don't have any meaning in my life or something. They were literally trying to just stay alive.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think it's part of it.
They didn't have the luxury of sitting here.
Okay, all right. So that's a grossly inaccurate description of the totality of life. You're talking about a very narrow period in certain parts of time, in certain circumstances, in urban environments, and lots of poor health conditions. For sure, those existed. But well, this is a perfect example of the dichotomous ways of thinking which establish these two main religions, science and religion. Okay, these are the two main religions that we submit to. One is the religion of reduction, which is the religion of convergence, which is I get my dopamine by finding the answer, which is the ability to say science did it all or religion did it all.
I think that's a straw man, frankly.
Well, okay, that's fine, but there's a lot of neuroscience and research behind this, and we could go through that at some point if you want to. I'd love to. I can go as deep as you want.
Are you a neuroscientist?
I don't need to be a neuroscientist to research. No, I'm not a neuroscientist.
Yeah, I
but I did
that.
think about it at one point. Yeah, I did think about it.
Yeah.
I've got to.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I just have to leave in just like 1 minute. But one last thought.
Take the final. Yeah, go ahead.
Just Bart Ehrman brings up in some of his lectures talking about conditions in which Jesus lived. The first century, every woman had to produce 5 offspring just to maintain equilibrium in the population. Infant mortality was so high, is the point. I think Tegrog makes an excellent point. No question, science has produced the conditions that allow us to have 8 billion people on the planet, and not just have 8 billion people on the planet, but instead of the highest cause of mortality being malnutrition, one of the highest causes of mortality now being obesity. I mean, it's
cancer.
It is
okay.
It is unprecedented. Now, is that better? That's not saying that. See, you think, okay, maybe it's not better. Maybe, yeah, we can. Some people say it's better. Most people would say it's better.
Okay,
but here's the thing. One last thought is okay. The fact that we don't lose children. Now that 98% of all children born live to adulthood now versus 500 years ago. The opposite was the case. In the aggregate, one can argue if it could be a net negative, that scientific progress. But if you are the parent of a child who is saved by medical science, it's a gift from God. It's you can look at the thing from a big picture point of view and say the olden days were better. The olden days, whatever those olden days were, some halcyon.
Nobody want to live there.
But you may very well might have enjoyed it very much.
Can I just add this one piece?
Most of the folks on this stream wouldn't be alive.
Just as long as you get
science.
Hold on.
Wait. This is what I mean by the reduction. We overly favor sometimes reducing our explanation to a single value, science, because that science.
No,
that
I'm reducing it to human.
Oh, wait.
Human misery.
Just let him finish.
Wait.
Hang on.
That medicine, that science is taking place in the charitable St. Luke's Children's Hospital. It is within the context of religion, okay?
Yeah.
It is always wedded together.
Not all hospitals are religious.
Inclusive. Because if I just want to point at science without religion, I can point at Mendele, okay? I can point at science and medicine that goes really crazy. I can point at places where it goes astray without the moral compass, okay? And if you want to have the moral compass,
you can point at religion.
Well, I would say that we are all struggling together currently to find out the good, the true, and the beautiful, and that we can call each other of different camps in order to fight each other over it, if you want to do that. Or we can just participate in that process and use the best tools, clearest thinking, and most incredible of intentions that we can imagine together as a kind of play space, a serious play space. That's what I would say. And that there's an enormous breadth and wealth of information and very informed and interesting people that exist in the world far outside the bounds of this particular Zoom call. And they're all struggling with this very discussion that we're having right now. And we're coming closer and closer to the wedding of these two things, when we realize that measurement and analysis is just as necessary as synthesis and the broadening of our understanding. that we can't just reduce it to a deterministic system. In fact, that's an illusion that exists at the asymptotic approach of the desire to reduce all things to a singular description. It's not I can do the work with you if you want to. It's not a straw man. I promise.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you. Gotta go. Bye.
See you, Mark.
That's a straw man of science. Science creates theories like and they're holistic. In other words, they try to cover everything. They're not reductionist.
The scientific method is not responsible for the creation of hypotheses.
No, human minds are responsible for the creation, but then we test them. We test them.
That's right. And if you're familiar with the creation or the understanding of how we realize the benzene structure from Kekulé, how did that happen?
He had a dream, but then he did it. See, that's the difference.
It's both together.
He didn't just say, well, I had a dream.
Both together. It's both together.
I had a dream. It must be true.
It's both together. Mm-hmm. It is the mystical and the measuring. It's imminent.
Yeah, Joseph had a dream.
They're delicious. They don't melt in your hand. They melt in your mouth.
Yeah. Kekulé had a dream. Joseph had a dream. See the difference?
No.
There's a difference.
I don't.
What's the difference?
Because you can test the one, you can't test the other.
No, there's a difference between testing and experiencing something which is fundamentally not reduced to a testable experience.
Yes.
You're not going to do any hypothetical A/B gold standard testing on what course you choose in college and what you want to become as a human being. There's no scientific method for that.
Well, become as a human being is not clearly defined.
Yeah, and that's what life is.
Defined.
It's not clearly defined. The existence that we share is not clearly defined, and your desire to make everything exist in a clearly defined state tells me about what you preference in your thinking style, not about what's objectively true.
I like to have clear ideas that are not contradictory, call me crazy, and that actually point toward what's really going on.
But you appear very contradictory to me.
Well, okay, appear away.
When you say they point towards actually what's going on.
Yeah.
Like so how do you know what's actually going on to like?
Well, let's take St. Augustine. Let's take St. Augustine. Let's go back to a genius in the church. Sure. St. Augustine thought that stars were alive, that they were celestial beings, and that the Earth is the center of the universe, or it's flat.
Mm-hmm.
These are very people. They're stupid. They just didn't know. Now, guys don't think the Earth's flat, right?
No.
You think it's flat?
Is locally. You want to talk?
Is that just a hypothesis?
Talk about the difference between geometry and topology, T-Grog? We can talk about it because it's locally flat.
So you're not sure the Earth is not flat. You're not sure.
It's locally flat. It's locally flat. I'm using scientific reduced terms to tell the truth.
I understand
about something.
That. But the Earth as a planet, is it an oblate spheroid or is it flat?
Why do you want to use that perspective to talk about it? I don't agree.
You won't answer.
It's a yes or no question.
He's right in what he says about local geometry and more global topology, because once you go through that system, his answer will be it's an obloid. But I think he's pointing at like the way. I think he's pointing at the way.
It's not flat like the Bible says. Yeah, it's not flat. That's right. And like St. Augustine said, he thought it was flat. He's wrong.
What I'm saying is you have to assume a certain worldview in order to take that statement as fact. Okay. And you're assuming all of that to be true. You're assuming I can guarantee you haven't tested the hypothesis completely, right? You haven't traveled the world.
There's easy ways to tell the Earth is not flat. There's very
and
simple ways.
I've done them, T-Grog. I did the stick I went to Omni camps as a kid for all the high IQ kids, and we did all the experiments, and we learned all the science.
Do you think it's round or flat?
I'm pointing out something quite distinctly different than just the very tired old argument.
Why can't you answer the question? It's a yes or no question.
It is locally flat and globally
Is the Earth as a round or flat?
It is both simultaneously. It is both simultaneously. And the fact that you can't hold that in your head is the thing that I'm trying to get you to feel into. Because a true scientist, a true mathematician, a true logician, anyone who's using their intellect in an appropriate way has to hold these things, these contradictory elements of different scale that relate the part to the whole in tension, without saying it's only this, it's only that. They have to hold both.
I think I can explain this a good way, Tyler. Like, if you have a localism on a certain resolution that's like more direct use, say a subjective frame, you could say it's flat because your experience is
the way you experience it.
Yes, because things are flat.
Experience is misleading.
Hang on, wait. As you walk across the earth, it feels flat and everything's flat in front of you and so on. And then as you go out and scale, the geometry of it is obviously, it has some curvature.
Well, so we have a thing called the horizon. It's called the horizon.
Yes, I know about the horizon, but
which appears flat.
So locally, the geometry is flat to us in a subjective frame, and then in an objective frame outside of the Earth, looking at the curvature, it's obviously a different shape. It's an obloid, and then it's definitely round. However, what he's saying is that you need to be able to hold those ideas both at the same time. Because we have a subjective experience, and we can objectively point out.
Yeah, if you want to bring in more and more of science, it gets even weirder, right? Because they ask us to accept that there might in fact be a tiny Calabi-Yau manifold folded up in every point of space, right?
Yeah, that's on the outer limits of scientific hypothesizing.
Okay, well then your statement, you're in that context, your statement,
the Earth is being not flat is very non-controversial. I mean, Aristotle knew it wasn't flat. People,
I know. I've had these arguments. Yeah, I've had these arguments with so many people, and they've all said the exact same things that you are. I'm just trying to disrupt it a little bit with a creative approach to looking at something deeper than what is usually being passed back and forth, right?
Well, here's under your system, Tyler. How do you determine what's true and what's false?
My system?
What's true and what's false? Intuition, mystical experiences, perhaps? I don't understand. How do you do it?
It's a combination. It's a combination
of what?
Of receiving things and then testing them. It's utilization of senses, thought,
utilization of senses.
Yeah, all those things. It's all that. Yeah.
Okay.
Are you wanting me to give you? You wanting me to hand you in linguistic structure?
So I don't believe it. I don't believe. Well, it's okay. So you use your senses. So how do you use your senses to ascertain reliable information about God?
Reliable information about God? How reliable?
Reliable enough to believe in it. Over 50-50. How about that?
Good enough to act on?
Use your senses to do that. Your senses.
Yeah. So what do you mean? You
said you use your senses.
Yeah.
You said you use your senses. So I'm asking you how you use your senses to ascertain reliable information about this deity or something that you profess to have knowledge about.
Well, okay. I mean, if you're trying to get me to flesh out my full metaphysical system, I'm more of a panentheist. So you and everything I'm looking at.
I don't have any beef with that.
Okay, that's so fine. you and everything I'm looking at is a manifestation, an aspect of divine creation. That's the way that I perceive it.
Maybe you should argue with the Christians here then, because you're a panentheist. That's
I am a Christian. Atheism. I am a Christian.
Well.
But plenty of people.
If a Corvette can be a Christian, then you're a Christian.
Plenty of people would disagree with that statement. Right?
Yeah, I think they would.
Yeah. So there's an aspect of this which is about a language game of categorizing. It's a need to classify things according to a descriptive set of terms, a finite descriptive set of terms that you can use personally in a utilitarian sense to distinguish things in the world. Because you prefer to have things clear so that you can order the structure of your world in a way that you don't feel that there's something you don't understand.
Well, you claimed you're a panentheist. Presumably, you have a definition.
I'm more of a panentheist.
You're just not You're just not using a word with no meaning, right? It means something.
Well, I'm not using it. Yeah, I think that meaning isn't captured in a descriptive sense or a prescriptivist sense. Excuse me. I'm not a prescriptivist. That's the thing.
Well, how is meaning captured then?
It's not. It's dynamic. In any attempt that
so
you
we
try
don't
to
really know
capture
what it
it,
means. We don't know what things mean. It's dynamic and
this
whatever.
is meaning.
Yeah.
This is all meaning, and we can start to carve it up however you want linguistically, but this is all meaning.
Yeah. Well, see, the problem I have with that is then that's complete agnosticism and whatever. Nobody knows anything, right? It's all holistic. Who knows? It's very evolution. It's evolved.
No, T-Grog. I can go
It's
anywhere
like-
you want. Anywhere you want in the whole realm of human knowledge. I'm happy to go there with you. Where would you like to go?
Well, I'm just saying, why doesn't your position collapse into agnosticism or
because I don't
solipsism?
require someone to hand me a system in order to test it. I don't feel like I have to be given a system in order to test everything. I feel like I've been given everything I need, and I'm attuning that system, which is me, the instrument that I am.
So it's your intuitions.
No, I have measurement tools. My body is enormously calibrated to measure things. Yeah.
And could your body measurements be wrong?
Of course, and so can my thoughts.
But how would you test and know if your thoughts or your body measurements are right or wrong?
I'm embedded in a world that's simultaneously coexisting with parallel processors, just like me.
Let's give you a hypothetical. I could go to the local care.
I call it my family of human beings. My cousin from another mother, T-Grog.
And that's good.
He's helping me right now.
That's good. I go to a charismatic church down here, and they have healings and speaking in tongues and prosperity gospel and all that stuff. Do you think, would you lean that they are as correct as you, more correct than you, or less correct than you?
T-Grog, I have pipetted genetic material in a pristine, hermetically sealed genetics lab in a prestigious local university with my friends. I have seen the inside of all sorts of different containers. They all contain weird bullshit. Can I say it that way? Forgive my slip of tongue for some who they're all weird in really weird ways. So I can do the same thing in any box you want to point to.
Yeah, but that doesn't answer the question. Okay, let's say every box is the same. Then you go back to the idea of how do you know what things my body, my environment, all these things are telling people completely different things. Completely antithetical.
They're not completely different.
They're totally different.
They're not totally different. I think part of the game, is that we lean into the differences because they're utilitarian tools for us to fight each other. And we don't lean into the similarities. That's part of the game.
The 7 ecumenical councils.
Yeah.
You're a heretic and going to hell. I'm
a
heretic.
Do you really think, okay, do you really, hold on.
He's a heretic to go.
T-Grog, now look, do you really think all of that stuff was generated by like minor arguments over whether or not there was one additional vowel in homo or whatever it is, right? It's all political stuff, isn't it? It's just bishops trying to maintain local control of the places where they're established themselves. Wasn't it like wasn't it chopping up the Roman Empire? Wasn't it more of that stuff?
That's how you see it. They see as a divine
I'm asking you
council.
as a physicalist, isn't that more of what the motivational states would have been related to? Since you don't believe that the contents of their minds were actual beliefs about true things, isn't it more just like the political machinations of trying to maintain a particular influence structure in a given understanding? Like, isn't that more of what's taking place so that they can maintain their power?
That's what a non-believing physicalist like me would say. Yes. However, under your system, maybe you don't.
You can't assume my system because I'm agreeing with you. I think that's what was taking place too. Mm-hmm. You can't assume my system. Try not to.
Yeah, but if you ask them, they'd probably say exactly the same thing you're saying, except they'd say,
"Well,
the Holy Ghost."
Because that's the tool that they're using to fight with.
The Holy Ghost told me that this is correct.
Wait a second. Did I claim at any point in this conversation that I'm giving you information because the Holy Ghost gave it to me? Did I say
No, that's what they'd say. And they'd say, well, you're possessed by demons, clearly. So, we have the Holy Ghost. You don't. And that's it. This is why religious debates are intractable.
No, whoa, whoa, hold on a second. That's a gross hold on. That's a gross mischaracterization that was occurring there. There was enormous intellectual debate going on too. Enormous. Okay. So
of course,
it wasn't just that. There was lots.
And they expelled the heretics, the people who disagreed. That's correct.
Yeah, okay. And that's still going on in science. It goes on in every institution that establishes a dogma and then has to
maybe I missed it, but I haven't seen the scientific torture chambers that they're torturing people who think the Earth's flat. I must have missed it.
Okay, well then you haven't been paying attention, because there's lots and lots of people who will testify to their torture in the academic institutions. There's enormous amounts of corruption. Of course. T-Grog, are you familiar with like all the horrible experimentation that's occurring? You know that there's really horrible.
I'm familiar with the
things
Spanish Inquisition. I'm familiar with that. I'm familiar with the Inquisition.
Okay, all right. These are like really old, tired like examples that have been dealt with a long time ago.
Well,
we just all got injected with the supposed safe and effective vaccine.
Yeah, like.
Listen, guys, I got 2 Moderna shots. Maybe I got a good batch. I've had heart scans. My heart is perfect.
Have you been watching the news, T-Grog? Have you been watching the news, though? The science. Have you been watching the science?
Well, I don't get science stuff. I try not to get it off the news because the news is sensationalistic.
Oh my! Do you understand the science behind the vaccines for this particular vaccine?
Well, see, look.
Do you or do you not?
I'm not going to, because I'm not a virologist. I'm not a virologist.
Okay, right. So you're taking some of. Wait. You're taking some of why that vaccine worked for you on faith, because you haven't researched it yourself. You don't understand it fully scientifically.
I understand. I have to rely to a certain degree on the mechanisms of science, and generally speaking, vaccinations from the history of science have saved countless millions of lives.
Yep. And the reason I say this vaccine. Hang on.
Certain of them, absolutely.
Smallpox.
Nobody's arguing that.
No one's arguing with that. The reason I make the delineation.
I think you're wrong, Lance. I think they are arguing against it. That's what I.
Well, that's a straw man. That's a straw man. That's a straw man. So, for example, like smallpox, polio, certain things that are true vaccines. If you look at the shot schedule that's come up on these kids nowadays and what they are doing with them, if you spend any time looking at it and thinking about it, not every vaccine is safe. Now, they want them to be on the vaccine schedule because they get immunity from anything, but to act as if it's a fallacy of logic. You're trying to say because there are some vaccines which are absolutely amazing and true and good and beautiful and all those things, you can't act as if the pharmaceutical industrial complex hasn't pumped in a bunch of poison under the name of vaccines.
I'm always for critical thinking. Okay. I'm always for any idea. There's no sacred ideas that cannot be critiqued. Okay. I don't believe in sacred ideas. All right. Science can be wrong. Look at Lysenkoism in the Soviet Union. Completely wrong. Okay. Science, Freudian psychology, completely wrong. Okay.
Not completely.
There's a lot of things that can be wrong. The thing is, we find out later they're wrong. The same religious ideas are still around. Eternal hellfire.
But in this point, I'm not making a truth claim. I'm not making a truth claim in this point. What I was leading towards is that, so you say yourself you don't have knowledge, like full knowledge of how this particular vaccine works, but we know from the past that the other ones have. Now, the reason I bring this up is because this new vaccine is a different type.
It's an mRNA vaccine.
Exactly, and hence why I asked you if you have like a full sort of scientific understanding how it works and why it works.
And Dr. Robert Malone, who was on the patent of it, very much warned against.
It may have been a complete mistake. It may have been a total mistake.
It may have been, but so it is important if you're going to use science, the framework, to understand that yourself, or at least have researched it. Because to point to the past and go, well, these other ones worked incredibly well, they worked differently. They worked in a completely different way.
I understand that, and I got very nervous.
And I only injected that so you can continue to pull this thread with Tyler, right? Because here's what I also knew as you were making that claim is that you weren't trying to make this all-encompassing claim, although it sounded like that.
Yeah, I'm not anti-vaccination. I mean, look, guys, it's like people die in auto crashes. So am I anti-automobile? We're stuck here in an existential situation. We have to try to figure these things out on our own. Okay, we do, and I appreciate these conversations because at least people are thinking, and that's great. And I've been wrong before.
Yeah, question.
I've been wrong.
What would be a sacred idea that you hold on to, T-Grog? Because we all have to have something like that. Like, what would be a sacred, fundamental ideal for you?
What do you mean an idea? Like an ideal, like in an ethical sense?
Just a foundational sense of how you live and move and have your being. Like, what's
that's a good question. I would say tell the truth. I'd lean pretty hard on Buddhism. Tell the truth. Reduce suffering. Be kind to other people. Understand that they're suffering just like you are. Have compassion for them. I'm a bit of a determinist. So people are born, they're not born in, some people, they got 3 strikes when they come out of the womb. I was lucky. I was very lucky. I consider myself one of the luckiest people I know because I was born in America. I had a relatively nice upbringing. Okay. Nobody beat me. I went to good schools. Once had problems with alcohol abuse and alcoholism, but that's not their fault. They grew up in a different age. My dad went through the war. He fought all through Europe for 4.5 years. I mean, the stuff he saw, the things he experienced, I have no idea what he experienced. Not being a Christian has taught me to be more compassionate toward other people because it's not good, bad, good, evil, God, Satan, these dichotomies that people have about people are crazy. And people talk here a lot about Jesus. I happen to think I have a very strange opinion about this, but I read the ethical teachings of Jesus, and Christians either A, don't follow them, they completely ignore them, or B, they're nuts.
Mm-hmm. And I think one of the things that the thread that Tyler's trying to pull on is this thing that I'm trying to pull on is what Luke talks about all the time, is that I think there is a lot of either or binary thinking in what you can find in a lot of Christianity and other places. And the fact is everything is intention. Like there's the both and. Like you can even see that biblically. Like there appears to be these things that talk about some sort of universal reconciliation of everything, and then there seem to be these things that you're talking about this eternal separation. How do you hold those in tension? I think there's a lot more mystery, and I don't know, and trying to hold these things kind of together, and so it's not so binary. And I think I don't want to overspeak Tyler, but I saw you pulling on a thread trying to show that it's not good bad, like you were doing this and that, like that sort of that's like it's good and bad, like we have these tensions of good and evil, and what do we do with that, right? And I think that the proper well, I wouldn't say the proper, I think that I think as I've delved into some more of the wisdom text and some of those sorts of things. And I think you made it, for example, there are good vaccines, and then we have a whole bunch of things on the schedule who we are not quite sure if they are or not. Like it's understanding that I'm not pro or anti. I'm, kind of measuring in between. And I think I think that's also what these conversations here try to get at, is like we see people coming together is where can we find these tension points? But I think at the end of the day is understanding there are these tension points.
The world's a misplace. There's no question. I mean, there was a big bang and here I am. Okay. So it's weird. All right. It's very weird. I understand that. And there's mysterious things. There's strange things. There's unusual things. I don't dispute that one for 1 second. Okay. My wife seeing the Virgin Mary. Wow. That gave her peace. Do I think it's real? Am I going to run to my local Roman Catholic church and get rebaptized? I don't think so. But religion's about comfort and about.
You said, but I would have to stop you right there. Did you ever just pause?
And in the harsh world, in a cruel universe, it's indifferent.
Did you stop? I just want to stop you there because I also lost a wife, T-Grog. So the intensity of all that's wild. Like, so there, I don't understand. Like when some people say, I understand what you're going through. No, they don't. Even if I've lost a spouse, they don't understand. And I had a bunch of other things of my own failings that was wrapped up into that. So it's this wild.
I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that you lost her.
Thank you. But so the thing I would think is, did you, and I understand, but you had framed, did you ever stop? Because I know you had great love and she was, I'm sure she was a wise woman, all those sorts of things. Did you ever stop to ruminate on what the heck? Like, did you ever just stop to ruminate on it instead of dismissing it as, well, whatever you needed or a witch doctor or something? Did you ever just think to me, wild, she seems to have had a tangible thing that happened?
I was very happy she had that experience. I was very happy. Okay. People, we have evolved these mechanisms. That's why science, which is 400 years ago, ain't going to beat religion and Mysterianism, because that's from 300. That's from hundreds of thousands of years ago.
So you don't hold out even the slight possibility. You don't even hold out the slight possibility that she actually did see Mary.
Mm-hmm. Is it possible? Well, I was out there with her and I didn't see anything. So, what her internal states were, I don't know. I mean, this gets back to people, in this space, I hear Jesus did this. Jesus said this. Jesus did this. Jesus went here. Jesus talked to the Pharisees. That's all based on texts.
Right.
That's textual. Okay. It's historical knowledge. So it is contingent. It's contingent knowledge. All right. It's based on texts. And so you got to say, who wrote the text? Why did they write them? Who edited them? What are the manuscript histories? This is all part of the deal. And I accept my life. If I just want to know what's correct. Okay. If it's uncomfortable, that's too bad.
Okay.
If it's uncomfortable, it's too bad. Yeah.
T-Grog.
I'll be quiet here and let you pull on this, Tyler. But I just wanted Luke wanted you to know. Have you ever watched T-Grog? Have you ever watched Rupert Sheldrake's band TED Talk? It's about 15 minutes long.
I will watch it. I will watch it. I would think that if Rupert's ideas had merit, that they'd be very busily testing them and seeing because let's face it, if Rupert Sheldrake could completely revolutionize science,
well, he has tested them.
Wait a minute, he'd be up there with Newton and Darwin and Leonard Euler and Laplace and Copernicus and Kepler and
hold on.
So there's an incentive in science to actually make extreme predictions. Einstein said, look, gravity's not a force. It's the bending of space-time based on mass. Newton was kind of wrong about that. It's not a force. Now people said, well, that's nuts. That's crazy talk. But people tested it and it made predictions and they bore out.
But it may also hold on, right? But it may also be wrong, okay? And there are plenty of unknown scientists and plenty of unknown scientists that were necessary in the progression of understanding and knowledge. People don't know who Kekulé is, by the way, I know no one knows who found the benzene.
People who don't know Dirac next to Einstein.
Sure.
Yeah, Dirac was a great scientist too.
Yeah,
he provided
like a pivotal scientist. That even someone as his level and popular.
But Dirac,
they don't know.
Dirac, I think won the Nobel Prize. He predicted the positron, which everybody thought was nuts.
Okay.
Antimatter?
Wait. Within academia, he's known. You ask anyone who Einstein is, they know. You ask them who Dirac is, they don't.
Yeah. All right. So, all right, but hold on. Wait. So you want to quote Einstein? Let's quote Einstein, right? Because I think Hitler said something like, "I've got 100 scientists that can prove Einstein wrong," and Einstein responded with something like, 100. All he needs is one. Right. Okay. Right. So
that's correct.
It doesn't. Yeah. Okay. So it does. You don't need all that stuff. You just need the truth. Okay. And how we arrive at the truth is partly what we're talking about. Now, this is the question I want to ask you, and I want you to seriously try to I mean this with the intensity of the most serious question you could possibly try to answer. What if death is not the end?
Okay. A good man has nothing to fear from death.
Oh, beautiful. Right. Okay. So
a good man has nothing to fear from death.
If it were the case that were true, would that be something we should explore or try to understand or talk about or reason about?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course.
Yeah, because it seems like it's something that we're always trying to run from, and we really don't contend with it until someone is about to die or someone does die. And then we do get to this place where we use religion like comfort. It's like a warm blanket, and we don't deal with the issues that are difficult, the suffering that's going on. And we do use it as a kind of lazy way in which we just manage to get by. That does happen. Mm-hmm. But what if it's actually true that we have a way to comfort each other by being a certain way with each other, and that is what religion is? And that all of these other discussions that are going on can be part of that process, the discussions of trying to measure and understand the nature of reality around us. But what's more important is the fact that we can establish a game that lets us keep playing that for as long as possible under the best conditions as possible.
Yeah, I have no beef with any of that, what you said. None.
All right. Okay. Well,
I have no beef with that.
That was handed to us. Well, that feeling, that idea is handed to us historically. It wasn't derived from science. It wasn't something that we could derive propositionally. It's only given to us historically as a product of the nature of our being. And we can layer stories on top of it, right? But there's something deeper. It's woven throughout, and we're trying to figure out how that thread, Lance keeps pointing to threads, how that thread ties itself all the way through. We want continuity of understanding. We don't want
and I would just, from my perspective, humans are here to survive. They have like animals. They're wired to survive. Evolutionarily, religion produces group cohesion. You're in competition with other groups.
But it also produces everything else. You can't use it as a reduced answer. You're hand waving the existence.
I'm just giving you my perspective on the origins of religion.
I know. Hold on. I'm slowing you down. I get your perspective. What I'm saying is that perspective is oversimplifying the story, because evolution doesn't just produce cooperation.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, but
the question is, why did some creatures choose that path and not others?
Well, that's a good question. I would say it's a scientific question.
The answer to that is not scientific.
I disagree. I would say that any question that can be formulated so it can be tested could be a scientific question.
I can formulate questions that can be tested, that can't be measured, they can't be reproduced. I can do those.
Well, that's fine. But I would say that what is the, okay, so what? I mean, people formulate poetry. It can't be tested.
Okay. Well, I think the so what part is the actual deep underlying issue at stake in modernity. That's the so what part. That is, in fact, it. Because what's happening is that we've learned, using science and the creation of extended, like according to to Dawkins, the extended phenotype, the culture of science,
Right.
has given us tools, additional tools, that's allowed us to establish more and more predictable space in the world around us. And we've glutted on this for so long that we think that the world is that way and it has to be that way. It's a consequence of the direction that we took when Newton set us off in a mechanistic understanding. And we first learned of the power of calculus and how it is that we could derive an approximation of motion. Because what is underneath all of this is that none of it is fully determined. All of it is approximations, all of it. And the truth about this is that you and I are living unique lives that cannot be fully determined from the outside, only approximated. And the more that we try to fully determine them, the more we build this machine we call civilization that overly constrains, overly controls, and tends towards autocracy, where it tries to enforce from the top down alone all actions in the same way. That's the product of this style of thinking. And if you want to explore that further, I think that the work of...
So Tyler, what's your alternative to civilization?
It's not an
alternative.
alternative.
It's not that civilization's bad.
That's not an alternative to it. It's not. It's the manifestation of civilization as we know it is the product of an over-reliance upon this left hemispherical, reduced, deterministic.
So what's your alternative to that?
We balance it out. We balance it out with art and beauty and the duplication of further synthesizing of things, that we weave things back together. And the process of doing that is non-scientific.
Art and there's beauty. So people don't produce anything beautiful in the modern world.
Is that really your response to what I just said?
No, I'm just saying, you say, well, if we do what you're advocating, I think, is that, well, there'll be more beauty and there'll be more XYZ.
No, I'm saying it has to be integrated. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm saying they have to be integrated together so that they're not at war with each other. So it's not the feeling that religion and science are at war with each other.
They may not be at war with each other, depending on how you formulate religion. If you formulate it like you formulate it, like panentheism, yeah, it's an impersonal God.
Panentheism isn't a religion.
It's basically the universe is God.
No, I don't believe in an impersonal God. That's why I said it's more like panentheism. It's not panentheistic, and that's not a religion.
So is this God? This is my mouse. Is this God?
It's an aspect of divine creation. Yes, it is filled, and it is only.
No,
it is upheld.
God?
It is literally existing and upheld by divine creative act. Yes.
Yeah, like that. That's an assertion, and I disagree.
Yes, well, so when scientists go down, and measure the vacuum energy, and they look at the place where you're, so I noticed that the image, you see the tagline underneath my name. I noticed that the image on your YouTube comments was 2 ups and a down quark. Okay, those are the elves and the hobgoblins of our time. You've never seen one, all right? You don't know what they look like, and I can describe them pretty much any way I want to try to make sense of what they are.
No, you can't.
I mean, I can tell you they look like they got 2 arms hanging off and the third leg hanging off this way, and I can describe it in a monstrous way.
Well, you need evidence for that. That's not.
I don't need evidence because it's not testable. It's not testable, so it doesn't matter. You can't test it.
No, actually, I think it is testable. Arms and legs are constructs of atoms. They have definite ideas.
I mean, in terms of what they look like. You can't describe to me what internal angular momentum looks like, right?
Well, we create models to explain reality. Reality will always
hold
be
on, wait.
more than our models.
You're missing the point, though. You're missing the point. It's a thing. It's a structure that's performing a function in space in an elemental fashion. Correct?
Yes.
And you believe in it, even though you have never seen one. You don't know what it actually looks like, and someone else described it to you.
It's a part of the standard model.
Yeah.
Particle physics.
Everybody in science believes in them.
That has been tested.
It is a commonly held belief.
Right. That has been tested and works, because your phone wouldn't work, okay? Without quantum mechanics and relativity theory, it wouldn't work. So it works. It's our best representation of reality. It's a model, okay? And it could be falsified.
I'm talking
Models
about
of-
your personal relationship.
Models
That's all.
of God are not testable. They're not falsifiable. They're not true or false in any way we can discern. They're people
Are you okay?
making
So hold on,
stuff
wait.
with no way to tell what's right, what's wrong. That's how I feel about it.
No way to tell.
No way to tell. Mm-mm.
Okay, well, so when you say that people can't describe God, do you mean to say that you think that God should be ultimately describable and knowable?
You have to have, according to traditional Christianity and Judaism,
I'm trying to understand
Islam,
what you believe. I'm trying to understand what you believe.
Well, the history of religions is all over the map. There's thousands and thousands and thousands of religions.
No, yeah,
I'm not talking about that.
I'm
Talking
talking
about
to
you.
T-Grog.
Talk about what, there's an icon on the right over here, on my right. That's a traditional Christian icon. So I'm just strictly talking about Christianity, okay, which defines God
Okay, well, is it that you
specific
is it that you don't want to talk about your beliefs? Is that the case, that you don't want to talk about what you believe?
I thought we were talking about how to describe God.
Yeah.
Right?
So I'm saying,
but I don't believe in God, so there's nothing to describe.
No, your definition of God. I'm asking what your definition of God would be.
I would go with the to define God that I don't believe in is the classical definition of God found in the creeds of the church. Okay, classical theism, perfect, omnipotent, omniscient, with divine aseity in a trinity. That's how I define it. I don't believe that.
So that,
but
your expectation,
that's a definition.
But so your expectation is that that entity would be measurable and like fully determinable?
Well, we could make certain predictions about that entity.
Yeah,
we could make
predictions,
right?
and then if those predictions were to continue coming true, we would say that is a real thing, right?
Yes.
Okay, and if that real thing were fully incapable of being fully described because it's literally infinite in all ways, what that would look like is a manifestation of a multiplicative of forms over time.
I don't know what you're talking about. Multiplicative of forms over time.
We can take it in different. Yeah, we can take it in different language.
I don't understand that at all.
What you and I are existing within, according to science, is a whole lot of nested predictive processes, right? It's a lot of quarks obeying rules, and then atoms obeying rules, and then nested groups of atoms obeying rules, and then right? Isn't that how you conceive of science materialistically?
There are different. I would say that we are manifestations of aspects of space-time. Okay, in the geometries of space-time.
Dude, we can go there too if you want. I'm trying to hold on. Predictive processes. Predictable processes.
Do I think that there are yes, I think that there are different aspects of reality, atomic structure, there are forces, there are fields, there are these things which we can measure to a very accurate degree, and which we enable us to do things in the world. So it's kind of like a hunter-gatherer. He sees a footprint of a gazelle. He doesn't say
you're moving way away from my point.
It could be a gazelle or it could be a bear.
Wait, hold on. It seems like you're filibustering. I'm not making that point at all. It's a separate point. Yeah. Separate point. So
okay, what's your point?
The question that I'm asking is this the nature of reality, a bunch of predictable processes that are coordinating together? Right. So the existence of a continued form over time is the existence of that.
Yes, I would say that's okay. Yeah.
If that weren't in existence, we wouldn't have something to look at. It would be dissipating continuously over time, right? It would be a dissipative process that never cohered back together again.
Well, I believe like in some forms of
I'm just trying to go step by step. I'm just trying to go step by step.
In some forms of Buddhism, that's what they would say, that nothing is permanent. Everything is moment by moment.
Well, so dissipative processes, dissipative processes are part of it, but they're not the whole thing. So we also need.
Yeah,
I'm not completely following.
I know. I'm trying to go step by step.
Science creates
Hi, John.
Science creates models. These models make predictions. The reason we can do this live stream is because
Can you guys hear
of
me?
quantum mechanics,
Yes.
Einsteinian relativity. So the very fact that we are living in the modern age is because of scientific knowledge.
Something's wrong.
Yeah.
John, we can hear you.
No, we can hear you, John.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't understand the point. I would say that I take certain presuppositions.
I'm trying to get to the point. Yeah, I'm trying to get to the point step by step. That's why I'm just trying to go step by step because.
Okay, so I think I agreed with your last statement. So let's go to the next step.
Okay. All right. So what we have is a bunch of explorations of predictive processes, and according to the scientific history, we had an enormous Big Bang full of energy that had to cool over time, and as that thing cooled over time, all these little bits and pieces started agreeing to behave in predictable ways over time, and that those
they
things
didn't agree.
Became,
they don't agree to do anything.
I'm anthropomorphizing because they're in cooperation together, right? They're in cooperative structures that persist over time. That's agreement. It's just as good a word as any.
I understand that.
Yeah. So because I'm a panentheist, I establish conscious will at all levels of being. Right. That's my panentheistic aspect. Because I believe that this process takes place at all aspects of choice. And I'm very keen on Stephen Wolfram's hypergraph Rouliad description of the universe. If you want to go more towards a scientific description of the mechanistic processes, but the manner in which we choose our paths through those big towers and stacks of predictive processes, that's something separate. That's something different. But what it is that we're doing is exploring those predictions. We're exploring the nature of God. You and I, right now, exploring the nature of God. The nature of that infinitely malleable, infinitely creative, eternal thing, which has been around forever, not ex nihilo, right? It's literally been around forever. We don't understand it. It exists and it's doing something and we're trying to describe it. That's what we're trying to do right now. And we're in it.
Yeah.
And
Hey, John. Yeah, John, you jumped on. Sounds like you wanted to add something to the conversation.
I got to go, guys. My daughter's calling me from Australia.
I got a technical
Hey, keep thinking.
All right, say to you.
I've got a huge delay. Everything that Tyler has said, I hear what he's saying, and then I hear what he just said before.
Do you still have the YouTube volume up where you were watching?
Yeah, you got the YouTube on still.
Yes, probably. How do I
just mute the stream? Yeah, just mute it.
Okay, I muted the stream. That should.
Yeah, it should be back to. Yes. It's still delayed?
Oh, let's see. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
You good?
Excellent. And the man I wanted to talk to is gone. That's okay. There's plenty to say.
All right.
Because wow. And now I'm on the spot. I'm brand new at this kind of stuff. I've had a Roku for like 15 years, so I've watched tons.
Well, we're very welcoming to newcomers. We won't start taking it hard on you until like the third or fourth week, right?
Oh, the third or fourth time in, or the third or fourth sentence. Anyway,
whenever you cry, mercy.
I watched tons of Jordan Peterson.
All right.
And I saw Paul. I think I got it like one or two. I watched one or two of Paul's videos early on, and then I just kind of lost him.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden he popped up again, like 12 years later. I mean, now he just pops up again, and then I got interested in this little corner, and I've been watching it ever since. I've been pretty addicted to it. And then when T. Grog jumped on, that's when I began to comment on it. I never commented on a stream before. I'd only watched it on TV.
Yeah.
And so I'm making
Well,
excuses.
so here's my quick postmortem, right? So I've had so many conversations with people who take the position of T-Grog. Many conversations, and I always struggle with exactly how to respond to them. I try to be playful and creative with it, try to mix it up and use different language, because so much of it revolves to just using the same exact words over and over and over again. And my charitable interpretation is that he's a white knight for science, right? What he truly believes is that he's part of a camp that's brought so much goodness into this world, and that he wants to kind of shed like that off of him constantly everywhere he goes. He wants to stand up for it and like give it away to people. But just like in Christianity and just like in everything else, when we focus on that, we become fixated on that as our mode of being, and then we lose track of all the other things.
It's called idolatry.
It becomes our own idol. Yeah, it's
called idolatry.
It's called idolatry.
I graduated from a Christian school, so I'm steeped in it. I took an apologetics class. It was mandatory my senior year. Well, before that, a very short, so you know where I'm coming from, okay?
Roughly, yeah.
When I was 13, I went to Korea for ministry, a couple of months in Korea, and the two cultures just clashed like crazy. And South Korea at the time was dirt poor. But these people seemed to be spiritual giants. And I'd flown over with my Baptist church, my Baptist preacher and deacons, and listened to what they talked to each other on the plane. They were all excited about buying gold, and leather's very cheap over there. And there's some, at the time, stones were very cheap over there. One of the deacons was a jeweler. Mm-hmm. So there was lots of reasons that they went. And that put a question in my mind from that time on, how they were so different than us, and why were they so different than us, and why had we gotten all these blessings, and why were they living in poverty, you know? Mm-hmm. And I was a child. But when I was a senior, my apologetics course did a wonderful job of talking me out of being a Christian. So when I went to college, I was where T-Grog seems to be now.
Right, yeah.
Until I took physics. And when I figured out two things. Number one, that Einstein's theory of relativity, if that is true, then quantum physics can't be true. And if quantum physics is true, relativity can't be true. So there you go. So religion, I thought, was false. But now I'm seeing that science also, in a way, it's false. Very useful. They're all useful, but they're not exactly correct. So, and I'm always been interested in the most foundational thinking. Mm-hmm. I love metaphysics because metaphysics goes below. That's why I love Jordan Peterson so much, because the thing that Jordan Peterson takes, almost every question, he steps back and he looks at it from 1,000 different angles. He investigates it on so many different levels, and usually He comes at it from a pretty deep level, much deeper than the people he's talking to. A lot of times they never know what hit them.
Mhm.
They don't even understand what the answer was. Anyway, as I knew that science isn't the answer, and I felt like Christianity isn't the answer. So my whole life I've been seeking the answer, and the biggest problem I have with Christianity, and I studied other religions as well, Hindu, Buddha, Taoist. Every one of them has a fatal flaw. Christianity's main fatal flaw, in my mind, is the first two commandments. And that's a question I put in the comments not long ago. The question, how can you love God with all of your heart and all of your mind and all of your soul, and love everybody in the world, everybody that you contact, and hold both of those in your heart, knowing that the God that created this universe created a universe whereby most of these people that you love, because you were commanded to love, are going to burn in hell forever. Now, I was in the Baptist church, so that was once saved, always saved.
Okay.
The Christian school I went to, that was a good experience, a lot, because there were a lot of different denominations. We had Catholics, we had Nazarenes, we had Pentecostals, Baptists, all, and the kids would kick back and forth, And
Where's Luke?
It was,
Luke, you need to get back in here. Luke, are you here? Sorry, John, this is perfect. We're right back to where we started.
Yeah.
Before we got diverted. So
we wanted to drag the
beautiful.
heretic Luke back to hell where he belongs.
Yeah, it's good.
hey, I'm really sorry, and I didn't want to take over
No. We're saying that's a good thing. We're saying it's a good thing. Yeah. In some sense, the earlier thing was felt as a diversion from what was trying to
from
be
the original. Yeah, I saw Luke kind of.
And that's really why I hopped in, because I like to get a little pugilistic sometimes. I like to get my blood up, and so sometimes I like to spar a little just to see.
Well, and I'd like to, I'd like to get on a stream with T Grog to hash out the science thing.
So one of the things that we're talking about with
I think a lot of people think they would like to, but then they experience it and realize that they don't.
Yeah, it doesn't really go too far usually. So, but like I don't know how to surface. I don't even have the powers perhaps. But Luke made a comment earlier, which points to the unicity of each individual, right? So, though I've met many people who speak the words that T Grog is speaking, T Grog is his own unique individual. And if I try my best to speak to him as a unique individual, to try to reach whatever's unique about him, far more good can be done than if we treat him as an abstract, like averaged version of somebody that we've met before. There it is. Yeah. Thank you for the highlight. And one thing that Luke and a few other people and I are, and Lance and I are talking about, is how we might give a little more structure and order to the conversational space so that it can be a little more dynamic. It can afford a little more interplay, that it can be structured for more participation from new people at various levels. These are things that we're trying to think about and brainstorm on. One of those might be establishing a regular place where sparks are more able to fly, perhaps, right? Well, so you have a time dedicated to a more pugilistic encounter, and other times we need to have. Oh
Yeah.
yeah, go ahead.
At least for me, if there were, if you had greeters, or if there was one space,
Yeah.
where it was like the entryway,
Yep, a
like
lobby.
you're still in the hallway, you haven't jumped in, you're not in church yet.
Right.
I think that would be very productive, to have the conversations about the not about specific doctrines,
Mm-hmm.
but, and possibly not even about structure, just to get to know people. One of the best things Paul does is to have his randos conversations where, he likes to hear people's stories. He wants to hear everybody's story. And I do believe you get the most out of a story, and you can remember it the best.
Yeah.
And it's the most impactful.
Yeah. One of the things that we,
I don't know.
One of the things that we experimented early on in one of the Discords was, after someone appeared on the randos or another of the channels in an interview, they would come into the Discord space, into a chat group, and everyone would greet them, ask them questions, get to know them.
Mm-hmm.
There's a process, right, where like people would hear the story and then have a chance to digest it with that individual. And that seemed to be a pretty useful pattern. But there's lots of different patterns that we can explore about the nature of how people share their stories with each other, because everybody's got a little different itch to scratch. But the testifying about the stories that we've lived, I think that's really where you start to find the things, like when people truly, honestly can report their vulnerable selves in a safe way, because it gets abused on the internet all the time. We have to be careful of that.
Right.
It's something extraordinary, because people find the places where they really make contact. Their experiences really overlap. So.
Yeah, and I would say that Discord can still work as that sort of concierge area for somewhere like this. But I mean, I don't know if the backstage people can just talk to themselves without being heard by the stage people. I'm not sure if it makes that connection there between the people. But
I don't think so.
That doesn't matter.
Well, I'm
well,
just saying,
it matters a little bit, but
okay,
it's the space where people can talk to each other and form a connection.
Well, that's what I'm getting to. Is I'm saying if they can talk to them like in voice to each other, whether that's possible. With the technology, I don't think it actually is.
I don't think that works on Streamlab.
You'd be able to talk in the private chat, I believe, to the other person.
No, I mean, if you just scheduled a stream, I'm going to have a stream tomorrow.
Yeah.
This time, we're going to talk about randos, or I mean, we're going to talk about. Of course, you can decide whatever you.
Oh, sorry, that was my cat once.
No, really.
All right, so to strip things down, people need attention for different reasons. Sometimes they need to be loved, so sometimes they're lacking affection, like positive attention. So they're just feeling a deficit, like they've been alone. Sometimes they have something to offer, right? So they truly feel there's something inside them that they're trying to give away. So there's a giving and a receiving that happens when it comes to people seeking attention. The people showing up here, they're seeking attention in some way. That's why they make comments in chat. That's why they come onto these video streams, because we need to be seen by each other. It's a part of our existence, and it's been hampered a great deal. We've been cut off and separated from each other. You're tied to oxygen, I can see, right? Like that. I've been there.
It's a long story. It's a short, long story.
Yeah. I've got my own medical history that I can condense in a sad way.
Can you guys?
What?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I was struck out. So, John, what we're talking about is like, I think it's multi-layered. The good news is Chad is doing randos conversations now, so we have more people doing that kind of thing. So, doing that, I think, like, I really appreciate. Like, I think Luke needed to get out in the public sphere. I think he's found this rewarding because he's having a lot of these conversations offline. So, I think there are places in YouTube, but I've been pounding the table and it just need to happen. There needs to be a place off of YouTube where people can come in and have those conversations. And, you know, sometimes maybe it is a bit more pugilistic and you set the tone that that's what it's going to be, and affording people some chance to kind of really, you know, talk out some ideas. Other times you want it to be very hospitable, right? So people can have good faith conversations and try and find some of that. So I think there's a,
Hey, wait a minute. Wait, let's not imply that pugilism isn't good faith, okay? Because sometimes when we wrestle with God, it's legit. Like it's
and I think I think it is. And I think what I also think is sometimes there are people, for example, my wife hates confrontation, and there are going to be people like that coming into the corner who want to have more of a winsome Paul Vanderplay sort of a conversation, right? So I think you need to provide a place where multiple types of conversations can go on to welcome as many sorts of different people as possible to get into conversation and ask the questions and so on and so forth. So, no, and you're talking to a lawyer here, Tyler. I love a good argument.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm just standing up for the fists because God gave them to us for a reason.
Yeah, Sodom and Gomorrah. Get used to it.
So a few thoughts I would like to add in, I suppose, to this is, I don't know. I've always been a person first, ideas second person, and I think Tyler, you are too, and I think you would agree with this, that because we've had conversations about this, that in a world full of zero-sum competition hierarchies centered around self-identity to ideas, pugilism can be. It's a dangerous game to play. However, I think you're wanting to play in a redemptive way, which I think is good. But it's because it's interesting, right? I think a lot of these. I don't know. I haven't followed a ton, but I think a lot of these live streams ballooned a little bit with T-Grog. I don't think that's coincidental. It's because people are drawn. It's like why Twitter and social media works the way that it does. It's this reactionary fighting tendency. I just want this space to be a place that if we do that, we do it very well. And it's a hard thing to navigate, man. It's a hard thing to navigate. So that's one. The second,
and we're gonna mess up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Define pugilism.
Please forgive me.
Fighting, punching, boxing.
Fisticuffs. Yeah.
How
are you using that?
So
at what level? Are you talking about sport or are you talking about blood?
Metaphor.
Well, figuratively sparring about ideas. Yeah.
Iron sharpens iron?
Yes. Yes. Okay. And so the other thing is I'm very attuned to community. I always want the community. I don't really have interest in thought groups. And I think if you watch The Little Corner and even Bridges of Meaning, where has participation emerged? Like the biggest emergences, I think, happened in live chats, video chats on the Discord. Mm-hmm. I think these live streams have brought in a lot of people where people want to come and play. I mean, it's interesting to me because like Discord now, I mean, a text-based Discord is going to die. And I think to bring in one of my Lukeisms, because it's full of language that's de-spirited breath, it's lost the personal aspect.
Yeah, the text doesn't have to die as long as it's continuously used to digest something else. And that's what I think is actually taking place. But you can see when it dies, it's when the text is just repeating itself over and over again. It's the same thing that happens in voice space. But you need both because people do communicate with these different styles, and the text and the voice are very different. So wedding those two together so that they're actually feeding back and forth from each other and they're not just petering out into endless conversations about the same thing, that's far more healthy. And yes, so I am someone who needs encouragement all the time to bring the energy level back down, right? That
I will
because I
give
have
it
a
to you.
tendency
I'm a
just
fanboy.
well, okay, but no. I mean, but you're pointing towards things which
Yeah.
are acting as reminders for me, and I
Yeah.
value that. So, and I would say to who was it, Ron? I'm not describing as some kind of like lesser space that you plug people into. What I'm trying to describe is fundamentally necessary opponent processing taking place in a community itself. Like the same way that you talk to yourself in your head when you go, okay, well, maybe it's this, but maybe it's that. Maybe it's this good thing, but maybe it's also this bad thing.
Yeah.
And if you have two groups that are both welcoming and encouraging and full of that yes, 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 and you have another group that's allowing a lot more no, 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 and then you let those two like actively respect each other
Yeah.
and speak to each other, the total conversational space is what really generates something interesting.
Yes.
And
Now,
if we can remember that constantly, then we can embody it more fully.
yes. I want to say one more thing, and then I'm gonna go again because I wanted to pop back in because people that are interested in hell. I mean, I could talk about that topic forever, and so like I would be very interested in engaging with that in particular, John, with you about it. I mean, I should just make a hell playlist on my YouTube channel because if you're interested, if you like this kind of stuff, I mean, I bet I've had over 20 conversations about the topic of hell in TLC. I mean, I probably have. But I would love to have more too. And then the other thing is that the medium is the message, and the space shapes the way that what is generated in that space. The womb generates what is manifested in that space. And it's going to appeal to different people. So like, for example, what inspired this whole podcast, this topic about hell that I was talking about at the beginning, and some of my wife's local friends that were having conversations about hell. When I left and as I was working out, I copied my wife, that woman and her husband with this live stream and just said, "You inspired this. It's actually still going." And I said, "Just if you're interested, you could." She's not interested. She's never gonna watch this. She's not gonna engage in it. She had a joke because my wife said, "I'm not brief about anything," and she said, "Yeah, neither is her husband." And she said they've actually started this playful little thing where he'll be talking, or he was on a podcast recently, my friend, and
Your wife or her
no,
husband?
her husband, and he was
Her
talking,
husband?
and
Your
Huh?
wife's husband?
my
You
wife's
said my
friend's
wife,
husband, my wife's friend's husband,
and her husband.
yeah, he was on the podcast.
So he's the second husband?
No, sorry.
No.
You are your wife's husband, right?
I am my wife's husband, correct. I am not an unmarried bachelor, yes. And yeah, so my wife has a friend and her husband was on a podcast.
Okay.
And
you didn't make that.
Sorry.
Anyway.
I skipped
Go
stuff.
ahead.
I'm not a detail person. And they started, he was talking and they just started kind of like on the Oscars. They just started like playing exiting music and just like turning it up as he was talking. And so now like in conversations that they have, she just starts like singing increasingly louder and louder, just like as he's going, just to like fade him out.
Got it.
Some people have these questions about these topics. They're not going to engage in like a 5-hour live stream about it, So I don't know. I actually want to start a support group in Minneapolis, Minnesota, for people who have religious questions and or religious trauma and no place to talk about it, which isn't quite estuary. It's like a different thing.
Can you pay for my bus ticket there from Australia?
Tayo, you wanted to jump in.
So see you guys.
Yeah, Tayo.
Yeah. Luke is hilarious. I love that you said your wife says that
isn't big enough. Go ahead.
Is it still on that he's left? Yeah, that was a very typical goodbye from Luke. John, it's good to see you. First of all, you're one of the reasons I wanted to jump on. I always get excited when new faces show up, and it's especially when they're not Christian for some reason. That makes me a little bit more excited, and not so much because I want the blood sport or the team rug back and forth, but because I, different perspective, and I appreciate learning from different perspective. But another reason I wanted to jump on was the conversation about the welcoming space that you brought up, and I think Lance mentioned it on a different live stream, and I was like, I want to help with that, and we've not been able to speak on this. So I was like, I'll jump on live and get involved in the conversation.
Yeah, no, I think Tyler, you play a great space in that, and it's trying to think. The very simple thing is, Paul is attracting all these people in an online space. We're doing wonderful things, trying to build estuary on the ground. That'll take time. And how do we cultivate, an online space? And I think there was a magic to BOM that particularly early on, Tyler was a part of that with the original folks, and then it kind of lost its way. And I think Paul had some issues around that, and I think there are some lessons learned around that. In terms of a medium, but I do think there needs to be a place off the public internet for people who would never join here to come in. And I think I think there's lots of different types of conversations. There's opponent processing. Instead of using pugilistic, I would say opponent processing. That's good. And then there's also people that want to have conversations like what Paul's having, right? To be estuary like. So I think there's a place, a vehicle where we can provide that space for people. And I just tend to be like Chad, like love having John come on. Is you just always want to have your hand on the door for the new people that are coming in, because there's a new energy that's happening. And then there's also, you're also seeing a lot of people sparking up new YouTube channels, which are very interesting. People that have been lurking for years that are jumping in. Like I sat over the weekend. I felt like there's a second wave happening in Paul Vanderklay's corner right now.
Well, let me put on my prophetic hat, okay? Because there's going to be a lot more waves happening, because there's going to be a lot more discontent happening in politics and the social layer. So there's going to be a lot of people turning towards trying to make sense of the world. That's just what we've been saying. It's been happening. It's been increasing more and more. So the great thing that's happening here, I want to try to frame this more in terms of service, right? Because the great thing is happening here is that people are being transformed. I've personally witnessed that. I've experienced it myself by contact with other people who are transforming themselves as well, right? And there's something different about when you meet someone who's going through that process, and that they're not just there to like hold their ground on some idea, and that they're wrestling with the mystery of reality and how it is that they might like truly meet it. So part of what I think has to take place here to really allow people to settle into the role that they're trying to do on their own, so to speak, or in really small groups, is provide this service of understanding to those who can't partake in this way. Because there are lots of people who live lives that make it, as Luke was pointing out, impossible for them to engage with the content in the way it currently is. They don't have 5 hours to listen to things. They can't get into it by just listening, because there's just too much content. It's across physics and religion and sociology, and all of this stuff and current events. It just keeps getting brought up. So there has to be a way, I think, to provide food as a resource to feed the sheep. Okay. So if you're a shepherd, if you find yourself like walking a path and trying to help others, this is the nature of your role. And there has to be a way for you to feed the sheep. There has to be. Otherwise, they go get fed by something else, or they get eaten by wolves. Now that's not to say that you're not a sheep too, by the way. We're all sheep. It's just, it's sheep all the way down. We're all getting fed by something above us or feeding something below us. And the moment that we get too greedy and we try to capture too much of it in, a private process is the moment that we get cancer, or we get fat, or whatever. It's all the ways in which it breaks down. So I would say that the tension that I feel in the corner that's been here for a couple of years now is the tension of trying to find its role in the wider discussion, to help guide the wider discussion, not as like some meta process that you take control of, but that is a genuine group of people who have been wrestling with each other over a number of years now and learned through that process over time how to do it a little better. Sorry, Teo, go ahead.
I love the framing of people that are going through a transformation, wrestling, finding encouragement by finding others that are doing the same. I think that's a really good framing for some of what's happening in the corner. I don't know if some of it's trying to find a way in which to shepherd, or so much to create a space in which shepherding takes place. So I think, and also
Well,
I'm not
those are simultaneous, aren't they?
possibly also when you say wider to its role in the wider conversation. What's the wider conversation that you're referring to?
The one that's going to come knocking on your door very soon.
So on a
Which is what?
scale.
So for instance, the ARC.
Right. So that scale. Okay. So yeah, I don't really know if I want to participate, well, not consciously anyway, in like a role in on that plane. I think
But you're already doing it. Yeah, you're already doing it.
I agree with that completely. That goes without saying. But I think I want to focus my conscious attention on what Luke was pointing, which is persons and communities. And I think on that level, it's much more like being a deacon in a Pentecostal church. You're there to welcome the people when they come in, and give them a warm face and set the tone for the way the spirit of engagement happens in a space.
Mm-hmm.
And then what?
And then someone else would do their role. I think I'm just saying for me.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And that stitched together when what you do is in concert with what someone else does is a body. Those are organs supporting a process together. And it's stitching itself together, and it doesn't. So
yes, so stitching.
Everyone's
that's a good metaphor. So John came in. John is fairly new to the online or in-person conversation anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Not the right word. You know what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
But how do we stitch John to the conversation that's been going on? You and Lance have been participating in for the last 3, 4, however long this has been going on for. I jumped in 2-3 years ago, maybe. And how do we stitch all of that together and make it so that John doesn't feel left out, so it can assimilate easier to the conversation? I think that's
this present conversation, like right this moment.
Mm-hmm.
No,
for example.
Sorry, go on, Andrew.
I'm not sure what you meant, so you clarify it, please.
I meant the conversation that's been happening since Orlando Clay commentating. Okay, so
that's part of right. Well, that's part of what I was gesturing towards. That there needs to be something like a catch-up mechanism. It's not just a welcoming function where you help people to feel welcome, but also a resource that people can point themselves towards, where if there's something being discussed, they can catch up to it quickly without having to go watch 20 hours of video. Right? There's something that you have to be able to point towards, which says, all right, in a very limited amount of time, if this is a serious conversation, and if you want to be a part of it, here are the pieces that catch you up to it. That doesn't really exist, but it would be very, very helpful to a lot of people.
I think it does. I think that's what Chad is doing, and I think that's the bloodline of PVK's channel. It's Rando's conversation. It's engaging with people and listening to their story and seeing where their story intersects with yours, what your story intersects with theirs. And I think the conversation that we're having now is centered around how do we make that a thing. It's not so much how do you catch up on the Vivekisms. It's not so much how do we, like learning the history of the TLC, but so much.
But that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's not the history of TLC. I'm talking about the conversational space that's taking place. Are you saying that you feel like
Vervaeke? I'm saying that what the obstacle that I see right now to the funneling of people that are listed, that are lurking, that would like to engage but are not engaging, is that there isn't PVK's Calendly isn't long enough. It doesn't have enough time to talk to as many people as as would like to talk to him. And I think there's a way in which Discord can serve that function where you and I, Tyler, had a great conversation.
And you never responded to my last message, by the way.
The Discord, I go in the journal voice chat.
No excuses, Teo. No excuses.
No. Trust me. You're not the first, and you won't be the last to complain about my response to messages.
Well, I guess
it's
I'll just have to accept it then. I won't take it personally.
It's a problem I do have to repent of. But the voice chat was I like to talk to people. I didn't even know. I only discovered last week that there are conversations.
Well, it was a request for another voice chat, so you know.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Happy, Tyler. I'll be happy to talk to you personally. Like that's. But again,
and Tyler, you've reached out to me like trying to think about this like 100%. Like I think you're the perfect sort of guy to bring into this because you embody the spirit. It seems like you have the time. And then the other thing you pointed to is like and when Tyler made the comment of the body, like all these things, like Jacob has his thing and Grim's doing his thing and Chad's doing his, all this stuff's good. Yes, let's just keep doing it, right? Being points of light that are going out. Estuary, in-person estuary is an extremely amazing, vital thing. And PVK and John are going to push a lot of, and Nate and others are pushing a lot of energy behind it. Yes, let's do that. Like, let's do all the things, you know, somebody wants to start a foundation. Yeah, do that. And then, you know, I think there's these other places where we can do more things, right? And this can be a thing that's, you know, kind of something that can help do these things. And so nothing is ever exclusive, right? And because we're all in this flotilla. And I love how, you know, Grim spoke that into, you know, that kind of idea into existence. It really is. It's a lot of people that are starting to kind of tie their boats together. And so I think there's room for a lot of different things.
Yeah, we don't want to like manage everyone's efforts. What I'm gesturing towards is just making everyone's efforts aware of themselves, aware of each other. And then what will naturally happen is that those people and the efforts will kind of like figure out how they might help each other. And various pieces will go back and forth. And this is just what flows naturally from the people who are engaged in this process of trying to unify, trying to find some agreement. This is just what is going to be happening. So I'm just trying to give it more conscious clothing, more gesturing. My services. I'm trying to give it my services in a sense, right? To realize its potential. And I'm not afraid of the idea of potential. It exists within this space, an enormous amount of it. And I think the more people I meet that are engaged in it, the more they see that within themselves. And we don't need to be able to tell people what their potential is. We just need a place where they can grow into it. And it needs to be diverse. It needs to be full of the possibility for tension, right? And how that can be resolved. This is all part of life because we're carrying it in our body right now. We're carrying all of this tension about the way that we live, and we have to get it out of us. But most of the time, people don't actually tell you the truth about what's causing their tension. Right? They'll give you like a veiled sense of, they'll gesture towards some like highly abstract, like social layer. They'll complain about society and how it's structured, or, you know, the bank that did them wrong, or that whatever. And most of it, like, their hip is hurting. It's been hurting for 3 weeks, or their husband hasn't given them any attention for the past 6 months, or whatever. There's like some underlying issue that if you really start to talk to them, it's deeper and it needs to be addressed. And that's so much of our interactions, I think.
And I would say, Matt, what's being pointed toward or whatever, it's much, much more than a document. I don't think that, I mean, Tyler clearly understands that document's not going to solve the problems or whatever, but there are some loose, as you start thinking about different things, there are some loose structures and some things you can think about or whatever. And, you know, I think the spirit of where I'll play my role in this is to find a place where people who don't want to come on YouTube can have conversations and start coming into the community and talk about all these things we've talked about, where we don't really have that space right now. And again, BOM is still alive and well with people that are active on that every day. And so it's developed, it's settled into its own type of community. But it seems like Paul doesn't want to point there, and some other people don't think that's maybe the proper place for this sort of thing. Like, it still has voice chats and stuff. So yeah, and I'm fine with that. So anyway, I just wanted to let everyone know I'm going to have to jump off here. So this might be a good ending point. Anybody want to have any final words?
Before we do, I would just like to ask John what he made of the last 10 minutes of conversation, because I realized self-consciously that we're talking about hypothetical when there's an actual person here or present that's able to give a perspective that we all can't give.
Well, thank you, Chayo. I noticed nobody addressed. I laid out 4 or 5 different things there. Nobody picked up any of them. None of them.
I thought we did.
Yeah.
Well, Luke came on and said, I have 50 hours on hell. I can just go into my back room here and
is your idea of the lobby?
What?
Yeah, is your idea of the lobby that we picked up on this thread, and then we started moving in towards the welcoming, and that's something.
Where best to have.
Okay, but hold on, wait. I want to acknowledge that I hear what you're saying. You're saying that you feel like we didn't pick up what we felt was important. So what is it that you feel is important that we didn't pick up?
I want to know. My mom was convinced I was going to spend eternity in hell. She cried for me. She begged me. I told her, if God is a God of love, then we'll be together in eternity. If we're both, if we both still exist. And that's as much as I could give her. How do you stay sane and be? I had a very good friend that was in the holiness church who cried. I mean, he was the most gentle. He was the greatest guy. One of the greatest people I'd ever met. But he was so. He wanted to save the world because that's what God wants. God wants the world to be saved, but it's not. And how do you live with that? I don't know. I know that's too deep, I guess.
No, sorry, got a call there. I think the reason we went on that tirade, just to give context to what I'm sure to you feels like just an hijacking of important points you were trying to make, is that we were trying to find a way in which we can go from Lance has to end this stream soon, and that conversation, that point that you just made, it needs to be that question needs to be had, and we're looking for a way in which how do we go from just this live streams to having a space where you and I can have that conversation and go deeper with.
Yeah, is there a way to do that?
Yeah, in the meantime, we can do that right now. Yeah, you give him like a Grail Country, give him a Grail Country Discord invite or something. And you can,
I mean,
have you ever used Discord, John? Have you?
I've used this is the first time.
Discord's a different platform. When someone gives you the link, it'll prompt you to install it, or you can just use the browser version. But
that's how I got in this time. It came across.
It'll be something similar. It'll just take you to a different place.
But see, that's sort of another onboarding because now John needs to learn Discord.
Exactly.
So,
That's so what
yeah.
I'm going to do is, John, for this to carry this on, when Lance ends this, I'm going to start a stream on Randos United. I'm able to do that thanks to Jacob. So we can carry the live stream on a different channel.
Okay.
Perfect.
I'll get Lance to drop a link. I can do that now, can't I? For the Randos United channel, and then I'll start a live stream on there.
No.
Well, and he might not want to do it live stream. You have to ask. It depends on like what level of sharing you want to get into.
Yeah.
So.
Who,
John,
when?
all I can tell you, I can testify to what I believe. I believe that it doesn't make any sense at all. That eternal damnation is an illogical. It doesn't. I can't get to it in any way, shape, or form, except from a place of vengeance. And I know the place of vengeance. I know that very well. The desire to see people punished for their mistakes. I feel it towards myself sometimes. But my own belief is that we are all redeemed in the end, that there's nothing but an upward movement over time. That is the general trend. And so we are all eventually finding our way back towards each other. And that's it's not something you can be convinced, I think, by the words of another, but that is my testimony. And that's the best I can give you.
All right, guys, I've got to head on
Thank
out.
you.
So
Thank
God
you.
bless everyone. We'll land the planes. I hope you see you very, very soon, John.
All right,
Thank you.
Lance. I'll see you in hell.
Oops, there's nothing.